Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I'm not Peyton Ansley John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a confidence of concern, or is
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
I object. Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just stay quietly.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
All right, fun little intro. So, yes, welcome. We're back from lunch. Hope you all had a wonderful lunch. Zoe's here, but she's under my desk and she doesn't want to get up.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I did not have Pop-Tarts for lunch. Oh, no. I just clicked on something else. I think it was Kim R. Sorry, let's turn this down a little bit. Kim R, who was first in chat today. Kim, congratulations this afternoon. I'm pretty sure it's you. Pretty sure. If not, we're just assigning you with a penalty. It sucks when you get nailed for something that you didn't do. I mean, it's bad that a guilty person gets in trouble, but if it wasn't you, you've done it enough that we're going to blame you apparently for being first in chat, Kim. Thank you very much for being here. Congratulations on that win. I guess we'll call it a win. Let's see. It was Kim R. Yes, Kim R. Boom. She's got the internet. Okay. It helps if I put this on screen too. There's Kim with the internet. All right, we are back here for this afternoon. I'm sorry I was a little bit late. I was paying my taxes, which apparently you're supposed to do every year. I was today years old. No, just kidding. Here's a little too much information. I have this property, this house that we live at, this little lot in a little town, and we owe property taxes every year. And some genius a long time ago decided that it would be really cool to divide this property,
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
Into two plots. One that was like 99% of the property, and one that's like just a little tiny strip that's barely wide enough to drive a car down. I think it's valued at $3,000, that strip of land. I don't know what you're going to do with it with $3,000, but I don't think it's worth that. Anyway, that's what it's valued at, and they get taxed differently. And I think my local county, they send out the tax notices for the big properties, and they don't really send anything out for the small properties. Is that correct? And so apparently I was a little bit delinquent on my taxes. I'm admitting here I was delinquent on my taxes. I'm paid up now. I'm all caught up. But I had no notification or no notice that I needed to pay a separate tax on this other little property that's also connected and part of our property. Can't we just combine the two and make it one big payment? It's a huge payment already because taxes are ridiculous. At least ridiculously high. But anyway, so the combined 2 years of taxes for the property that I just paid, less than $100, but still, that'll keep me out of jail. So that's good. Every year, seriously, DMB, it's just unreasonable for us to remember to pay our taxes every year. Anyway, so easement rights to another property? No, there's zero easements. It's just they've just divided the plot. It's I guess I should mow it separately so there's a line that's visible. There's nothing beneficial on that property. It's just more grass. It's on the side of the house. Put a mini house on it. It's not big enough to put anything on. Its zone's completely wrong. For that, it's not big enough. I don't think I could even park a trailer on it without it like hanging over on both sides. But it's my lawn is what it is. Lemonade stand, possibly lemonade stand would fit. Might try that. Have some shade there. Anyway, I've gone through the map and looked at my whole neighborhood and everyone else's plot lines because I've got this cool app called Onyx, which is designed for like hunters, but I think hunters are the only people who don't use the app. It's used by like real estate professionals and metal detectorists and everything else. Anyway, so this app shows me all the property lines and who owns what, and it shows me my properties. And there's like this little, it's like somebody like drew a line and like, oop, that was off a little bit, and then drew another line. That's what it is. It's like, whoops, I just corrected, and I own both pieces. A narrow lap pool, it would be like a single lane lap pool. You swim one direction, you have to get out to turn around and then swim back. Not to mention, ground is not quite excellent for swimming here with the very sandy. It would be fun. Anyway, all right. That being said, now that we've asserted that I'm not evading taxes, you can combine them. You just need to ask the township to combine them. You might need to have it surveyed into one parcel and give that to the township. That way you get your pre in it also. Okay, here's the thing. The survey, to have them combine it, is like equivalent cost-wise to have the survey done. It would cost about 10 years of taxes on this. So I'm just a little bit I'm just bummed. Why don't just send me the notice with the rest of my property? Ivan, how's it going, my friend?
To accept, press 1.
Oh,
to send a voicemail,
helps
press
if you
2.
can hear me. Ivan, my friend, how are you doing?
Ho, 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 ho. I was wondering if you would catch me. I feel honored.
It's awesome. I've had my gripe about taxes. I've got that out of my system now. I'm feeling better. We're about ready to start court in about 20 minutes. So it's good. It's good.
Just a short intermission here.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we at with the validity of Mike? Where are we at now?
I don't know. I vacillate. That's my big word of the day. I vacillate on Mike.
What is that word?
I vacillate. I go back and forth.
Oh my gosh, that's a word. Holy smokes!
I've been reading the dictionary on my days off, so hopefully I used it correctly. Really, it's a nicer word than flip flop. Is what it is. Okay. There's sometimes I look at this. There's sometimes I look at this and say he's definitely involved. He was 100% part of this, and other times it's like I could see this being a complete surprise to him, and possibly knew about the burglary, and maybe thinking it was like you're going to pull off some insurance fraud with a burglary or something, but I just don't know. I mean, the state seems adamant that he did the killing, and the evidence matched up. They were so sure of it, they didn't even test the gloves to see if there was gunshot residue on them. Like, no, we know it was.
It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, what did they have that made them so sure that was the order of killing? You know what I mean? Like, what do they have that we don't have? I guess. I don't know.
Well, hang on one second. I'm answering the question for Psychotic Goldfish. What is the app called?
Amanda Ray just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
Amanda, I just about died. Thank you, Amanda, for the super sticker. Psychotic Goldfish. The app is called On X Hunt, and it looks like this. Let me hold on just one second. We'll get back to this. It looks like.
Because he's the guy.
Wait for it. Zoom in. On X Hunt. Do you see that right here on the top? On X Hunt. That's what it looks like. It's a white X in a red box. And it's a great, other than it costs like $30 a year to get your property information for your state. I love the app. It's really good. Ivan, hang on. Amanda just sent a super sticker. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support. See that you're a new member here this month. Thank you for that, Amanda. Number 1 fan. It would not be the same without you here, Amanda. Thank you for being part of this great community. Now, Ivan, going back to Mike. You see why I flip-flop a little bit. The state's adamant that he was involved, that he was the one that fired the 38 special that killed Sharon. Yeah. And he's obviously not the one that fired the gun that killed himself. So you've got two people involved. I think he had to have been involved somehow, but it's hard.
Do you still think he is the blindfolded Patsy that it seemed that you thought he was in the beginning?
Can I preface this comment with something? I don't think that the whole driver's license in his wallet, cocaine in his system.
You can preface this with the Star Spangled Banner. It's your show, bro.
Okay, just kidding. I'd have to stand up for that one, and the cameras, it would be inconvenient with how it's set up. The evidence that the defense is trying to bring in about Mike, about what a bad guy he was, and how he had a cell phone that didn't belong to him, and he had a driver's license that didn't belong to him, and he had boots that didn't have his name on it, and all that means nothing to me. That is not that's not swayed my opinion at all.
Okay.
I do see that he probably was in a tight spot, and he probably agreed to do something that he shouldn't have. So but at the same time, I just don't think that he was involved to this level. I think he was surprised at some point. Maybe, I don't know.
Do you think any of that matters with the charge at hand?
At the charge at hand, talking about with Tommy.
Right.
Regardless of what level Mike's involvement was, I think Tommy orchestrated it. That he set this up. That this was a plan that he had laid and hatched and carefully nurtured and brought to fruition. And so because of that, he's accountable. He's accountable for whatever Mike did as part of that plan, and he's accountable for himself for what he did to Mike during the plan.
Let's say Mike's alive. Let's say Mike is still alive. Then how do you prosecute Tommy?
Same thing. The only charge would be in Mike's case, it would be attempted murder for shooting him 5 times.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I figure it's a decent question if we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, I figure, like, what would have happened if he would have somehow lived? You know what I mean? Like, then what do we do? You know what I mean?
Well, Tommy made sure that didn't happen. So I'm pretty sure he made sure that didn't happen for a couple of reasons, and one was because Tommy was involved in making sure that Sharon died. And if you can get rid of the witness, that gets rid of the person that shows that you were involved directly. That's why I think Tommy shot Mike. Anyway, I don't know if we agree or not at this point. I've gone back and forth so many times.
Well, I think it's at this point, I think we just have to let it, see how it plays out. I think we're probably on the same page to an extent. I just think our only qualms is how much he knew. How much he knew when he knew. The old politician thing. What did he know when he knew? That whole thing. So.
Well, I think Thomas knew enough about what was going to happen to Sharon that he can be charged for her murder. And I think he knew enough about what he did to Mike he can be charged for that murder as well. So I'm sticking with both of those charges and think they're on point. But anyway.
All right, man.
Ayden, thank you for inspiring great conversation and reflection. So, I think you've slowly swayed me over to your way. I'm not sure which side was yours initially. Honestly, I'd like to think that you came to my side and we now see it together from my vantage point.
Hey,
but
we're on the same side. We're on the side of what's justice.
Justice.
All right?
We want to see justice. That's right.
Amen. All right, love you guys.
Love you. See you, man. Bye.
Goodbye.
All right. Thank you very much, Ayden, for the call. I know I'm supposed to say Tommy. But sometimes I don't know. I don't want to call him Tommy because he spells it that way. And I sort of want to, it's like the teacher that doesn't like you at school and you tell them how to pronounce your name and they purposefully pronounce it differently. That's why I guess Tommy is differently than how he pronounces it. So I don't know. In my head, I had it backwards. Is Tommy going to testify today? It's possible. We've heard that he's said he wants to. We know that he's talked with his lawyers about how long it would take to finish up their case. I think the judge might know, honestly, that at least know which way he's leaning. But we're waiting for final word on that one. I will say, just a side note, I found on YouTube during the lunch break, I was actually jumping around because we were, you've got that an event happening up in Pittsburgh, a police activity event that involves pew 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 pew, and so I was jumping online seeing what was online live, and I stumbled across somebody set up a camera, and I don't know where they're at. I think they're in, I don't know what city. It's somewhere in Northeast, I think. And it's just like a camera looking down on a busy street that's like an open air drug market. and it's just you're watching people just openly buy drugs, inject other people, shooting up, stumbling around. It's like it is horrific to look at. It was awful, and it's sort of jarred me mentally. Are we going to let's see, what do we say here? Are we going to count his face touching or his lies? Here's the problem: if we count his face touching, I become very self-conscious, and suddenly I start touching my face as well. I can't watch other people doing it and not do it. I'm like a sympathy toucher. Lies are a little harder to count. If he testifies, I think we'd have to do a curse counter, because I think you're going to get raw Tommy on the stand, or maybe a little bit dialed back, where he'll swear and then apologize type thing. Oh, sorry type thing. Let's see, before I go to work, there was an awesome police chase yesterday, and the sheriff's bus stopped the driver. Please tell me we have video of that. Nicole, that would be awesome. You'll have to look. Have I ticked off another judge yet today? No. I paid my taxes. That's how I want to stay away from judges. I paid my taxes on lunch. I owed a whole of like $80 in taxes for 2 years. I guess it wasn't owing for 2 years. I paid for the past year that was a little bit late, and they said I have to pay before a certain date, and then they've already told me what next year's tax is, so I paid them both. So it's not like I was 2 years behind on my taxes. That makes it sound much worse than it was. Thank you, Nicole. I'd love to see if we have a good clean feed of that, or where I need to send a FOIA request to. California's pretty good with handling those requests. As long as there's not suspicion of police misconduct in the video. If there's an internal investigation regarding it, you'll never find the video. It just disappears into the cracks and goes away. Did you tell them you pay their salary? No, I should have used that line, huh? But I will tell you what, Nicole actually sent me a link to some great material for basically how to move forward with the judge who does not want to have her courtroom opened to cameras. And basically what legal steps you can take in filings and the arguments, as well as the precedent that is out there specifically for North Carolina about that. Tag, did you get a chance to view the video I sent you? I was blown away with it. I did not, Tag. I'm sorry. I've been a slacker. I open like one message and I get sucked down a rabbit hole, and like 2 hours later, I haven't looked at another message yet. Will we be able to watch this afternoon's trial tomorrow morning? Connie, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work, because I don't know how long we can stay on today. We might be on for everything today, and maybe we can rewatch it tomorrow for those that schedule works better for, because we will have a gap in the morning. Or is a tax dodger? No, not anymore. As the day I was notified that I owed taxes, I paid them. What does Nicole Goodman take to court? A signed picture of Matthew Harris? That and a magic 8-ball was, I think, what we heard. Okay, I found that judge story on Channel 5 this morning and bookmarked it for later tonight. It's a doozy. If we're talking about the same judge here in North Carolina, in Person County. Okay, Brandy should be on soon. If you prefer watching over on her channel, just keep an eye out. Have your notifications on. She should be on. We're both going to be covering this afternoon. All right. That being said, let me make sure my feed's up and going. Well, I need it. And I still can't get over the video of just the live video of people just completely wasted, fried out of their minds, stumbling around the streets. Don't want that. That goes over here. I will not move. There we go. It's sad. I know this is, yeah. I don't know how else to mention it. It was probably the worst part about that video that showed just those people that were just true addicts in every sense of the term, in the deepest of addiction, probably with heroin is what it looked like. I think the part that was most disturbing to me was the chat that was going on as people were watching that, and how they were joking and naming the different participants on the screen and betting how long drugs would take to kick in. It was extremely, extremely disturbing. Anyway, on that note, I think I need some water. I have a bit left over, so we're good. Red Pen says chats can be brutal. That's why we're here. Yep. Hey, I need you guys out. Look, Zoe comes in here because she does not want you guys to chase her around the house. Okay?
I was actually just going to say you should have a Zoe cam.
I should have a Zoe cam, but I don't have a Zoe cam, and it would end up being like a foot cam, and then it would be something really weird. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Close the door. Close the door. Hey, Zoe. You want to come up? Come up, Zoe. Want to come sit on the keyboard? All right. What state is that in? I could tell you. Hold on just one second. Let me look through my history. YouTube history. Philadelphia, Kensington, Philadelphia police surveillance camera. Well, I'm not sure if it's actually police, but it's open air drug market at Kensington, Philadelphia. And it's a pan tilt zoom camera that just follows the stuff on the ground, what's happening. But okay. That being said, I met a nurse this morning named Sarah Boone. I couldn't quit laughing. I had to make sure she knew who she shared the same name with. Interesting. There is another Sarah Boone. Historically, there's another Sarah Boone. She was actually the lady that invented the ironing board. And inventing the ironing board, you think, a lot of people don't use ironing boards anymore. They just take it out of the dryer like me when it's hot and then hang it up and call it good. But think how much time that saved, the ironing board invention. That is it's really cool. It's somebody I believe she was somebody that had to do a lot of ironing and it came up with a way to make it better. And I love those sort of inventions. But it was Sarah Boone who invented the ironing board. Not the suitcase, the ironing board. Where was the chat about the addictions? It was the one I just said, the Kensington. Hang on, I'll tell you again. Let me give you the channel name if you're curious. It's called USA Livestream TV. USA space Livestream space TV, and it's an open air drug market. It's on live right now, but I can't show it. Obviously, I don't have the permission for that. But anyway, all right. Let's see. Where did we end up? Brandy might be running just a little bit behind. She's got her podcast she's trying to wrap up that she was recording. Steamer made ironing easier. Fun fact, another little story time. This home that I live in, it was built in 1915, and every room has a fireplace. So it has like 9 fireplaces. They're those shallow depth coal fireplaces with a big metal front. So you take the front off and you load it with coal, and it's all cool. But the big mantles, the big wooden mantles on the top in our kitchen or dining room, that mantle, they actually took it apart and took the mantle and flipped it over. So the bottom side was up because someone had set one of those old-fashioned little irons that you set on the stove on top of it, and it's burned the shape of an iron into the underside of our mantle, which is pretty cool. It's still there. All right, boo to coal. Yes, we never use. We're probably, if we ever redo our roof, we're probably going to get rid of our chimneys. We never use the fireplaces. Okay. All right, let's see. Sarah Boone from North Carolina in 1832. They invented the ironing board. I didn't realize she was from North Carolina. That's really cool. Yes, it is a lot of fireplaces. It's an old home that I guess when it used to get cold here, I guess, or they thought it would. We've never had to have much in the way of heat. But if I would love to tear out, I know these are beautiful, and Mrs. R.A. would probably kill me for this, but I would love to tear out these fireplaces because they take up so much of the room in every single room. I mean, they're probably 6 to 8 feet wide, and floor to ceiling, takes up 2 or 3 feet depth. It's a lot of space, and all the rooms are the same size. We need it. Is court out for lunch break? They actually haven't started yet for the morning. Sherry. So we're waiting for court to begin this morning. We have everything lined up with audio and everything. Oh, actually, they just barely gave us a feed. Let me pull up the feed. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Cut. There it is. So that's on. And we got audio.
Okay, let me know when they're here.
We're waiting on one more juror. Trial starts basically now, in 1 minute, but a juror is late. Brandy's still not on. I was talking to her. I mean, she called in. She's okay.
I'm not a camel.
All right. Zoe's like sitting at my feet and like scratching at the floor, looking at me like she wants something, but she doesn't want to get up.
Is that correct?
Okay, she's just chilling down there.
I'm gonna call her.
They're calling the missing. I think they're calling the missing juror. Zoe doesn't want to go anywhere. Okay, leave the door open. She'll go if she wants. Okay. Perhaps it was Sarah Boone who lived in your house, then burned the iron on the mantle. It's a start for the Iron Boone story. That's a connection. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist. I know all the people who owned the house from the beginning on. Did someone just say I'm not a camel in the courtroom? No, we've got a few sound effects that are still turned on right now. We'll turn them down here once trial starts, but we're good. Unique Detail, thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing that you're feeling a little bit under the weather as far as, just with how everything's going, and hope we can lighten your day a little bit and brighten it a little bit. Thanks for being with us.
Juror number 13 will be here in like 10 minutes.
Ooh. Juror number 13, it's an alternate. It's an alternate. Juror number 13 will be here in 10 minutes. Judges, so we've got a little bit more of a break, I think. Juror number 13 is going to be in trouble. Better have an excuse, I think, for the judge. Because, like, everyone's going to be sitting in court, like, looking at that empty seat number 13. Start the timer. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes. Sorry, I should have muted this mic before I did that. So everyone has a timer going now. Let's see. A serious question. What do you do if you're a juror and you have to fart during court? You don't. Jurors don't fart. It's I had a teacher in junior high that if anyone passed gas was like, who did that type of thing, like try to call them out. And this particular teacher also participated in the same activity. And one student finally called her out on it. And she's like, it's natural. I'm like, you think it's unnatural for the rest of us? Anyway, that topic. We'll steer it on to some other topic now. Becky Lou says, my daughter lives in a 1900 farmhouse. They have a fireplace in every room as well. So beautiful. It is beautiful. I wish it was not built like Swiss cheese. When the wind blows, the air comes right through. I mean, when it's a hurricane, you can just stand in the front room, even though all the doors and windows are closed, and just let your hair be ruffled as the airflow just sort of goes through the house. It's not very airtight that way. And so we're constantly fighting the bugs that live outside that want to get inside. And So I win that battle every time. I win every single time. But I hate that I have to keep fighting it. Yeah, how did they oversleep? They started like at 11. This is a bit late. Daphne Rain, I feel so naked without my courthouse. We'll need to get you in green again. Make sure your gift settings turned on. It could happen today. Tasha Turtle's doing the dual watch thing. That is awesome. Rudy, you gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Did I mention that already? I appreciate that. I just saw it on the screen. It was about to disappear. Thank you, my friend, for gifting a membership. That one went to Daphne Rain. It went to Daphne Rain. Didn't you just say, Daphne, that you were... Did that just barely happen, like right as we were speaking? That's amazing. Yeah, you said, I feel so naked without my courthouse. Like, a second went by, Rudy gifted a membership, and boom, you won it. So, ask and ye shall receive. That's amazing. Okay, so we've got a few minutes here. We're waiting for the juror to show up. You had flatulence on your bingo card. Wonderful. Oh, yeah. All right. Cooking Without Looking says, thank you so much for my gifted membership. I'm a long-time lurker, but really enjoy this channel and everyone here. I love the name, Cooking Without Looking. I often burn food, and so it becomes burning because I forgot to check on it. Tape measure may have been his hearing aid case. I don't think he has hearing aids. That's why he has the headphones. I don't know. Do you think he has hearing aids? That would be a lot of maintenance. The hearing aids have batteries in them that are very dangerous, and that would be a concern. You can literally die from ingesting one of those little button batteries. I think that would be a concern in the jail. How do you get rid of your bugs? Every time we see one, we spray it with, first of all, we spray it with Southern Febreze. If you guys are familiar with Southern Febreze, you can get it in lemon flavor, lavender flavor, or original unscented. It says Raid on the side for those that aren't familiar with the brand. But that generally works. I will tell you, this morning I saw a bug, and normally you have to spray and the bug runs, and you hope you sprayed it right. But I actually hit the bug directly with the spray first time, which was cool because it didn't spray out like it's supposed to. It sent like a little stream of Raid. And so it hit the bug, and the bug jumped straight up and landed on its back and was dead. Just boom, killed instantly. It was like a commercial for the product on TV. Ellie just gifted a membership as well. Ellie Veldman, thank you very much for that. That one went to Tasha Turtle. Congratulations, Tasha Turtle. Appreciate that. Did they say why the late start today? Tony, they have not said why. The only thing we heard from the judge is that she's still trying to make sure that this all gets wrapped up by Friday, like she had promised. That was the 3-week point. So we're looking at Thursday or Friday for closing arguments. And then she said she's trying to get this done, but in order for that to happen, we're going to start late and then work all the way through lunch. So I hope you guys had a good meal. You've got some treats on hand or something, and maybe you might have to sneak out to take a break if needed. But we're just going to go all the way through today. Some don't have regular batteries now. They can be recharged instead of needing to be replaced. That's probably a better solution if it's going to be in jail. Okay. Yes, Raid. This is basically, that's how it goes. Zoe is like taking up all my spot. I have to be like way back here because she's taking up the floor space. There we go. Can't scoot my chair in because she's in the way. I would do a camera. I have a camera I could put down there for a Zoe cam, but it would basically just be all the cables in the background on the floor and my feet. And that's not what you guys want to look at. Trust me. Show Zoe. I have to do what Brandy says and say, if we get to 250 likes, I'll show Zoe. Is that fair? That means we need another 50. My aunt thinks Raid is a party. Sweet. I don't think raid works on fire ants. It just makes them madder. What sort of dog is Zoe? Do you guys remember what kind of dog she is? Because I keep forgetting. Zoe is not my dog, first of all. She's my rental dog. I will say Zoe is here because the Airbnb is getting cabinets today. They're going in right now, and they're looking great from what I can see. I haven't seen the finished product, but holy cow, we're at 245, 248. And just like that, we are... Zoe. Looks like Zoe has to come up. 249. One more and we'll be there. Rebel Cam would have been the best, Ivan. That would have been really cool. Okay, 256. We're there. Hang on one second. All right, here we go. Let's see. Do we want to do camera 4, Zoe? Which one do you think? Like this? Zoe just looks like a rug. If you don't see her eyes, which are right here, she's very hard to to see at all. A Shih Tzu, an Imperial Shih Tzu, I think is what it was. She's very small. I'll go to pick her up. She just rolls over and wants a belly rub. She looks like a cat. Don't tell her that. Pretty sure it's Imperial Shih Tzu, and now she's on the mouse, so I can't click on any words. I can't put anything on screen. Can I borrow this, Zoe? Is that all right? Sorry, I'm gonna need. See, I'll have to run it down here. Is that all right? Yeah, she can stay. Okay, let's go back to court here for a little bit. I might be able to put Zoe in the small box instead of me. There we go. She's a little off screen. Sorry. Didn't mean to wake you up. Yes, I would never argue with Katrina about any breed of animal. She knows better at all times. How do you rent a dog? I'm pretty sure there's a service out there where you can do it, but this one I get for free. I get to watch Zoe every time the work's being done in the Airbnb from my partner who's building it. Oh, you want to see Zoe, like actually see her. Okay, since nothing's happening in court, we'll do this really quickly. Zoe, you got to get up. Everyone wants to say hi.
Is that correct?
There's Zoe. How you doing? I think she's a little tired. She's like doing little noises. Okay, she wants down. Oh, the timer's off. Juror should be here. The quack sound has sounded. Juror's late now. Okay, I'm going to reclaim my desk here. And so that's going to go back to camera 1, and I'm going to go back to that there.
I'm not a camel.
Looks like the jury's here now. 10 minutes was right.
We are back on the record at C-250966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, Deputy District Attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
We do.
Does the defense have any further witnesses they intend to call?
We do not have any further witnesses.
Whoa!
However, prior to resting, we would move for admission by stipulation of defense proposed X and Y.
Whoa.
Any objection?
Whoa.
Stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay, both bills will be stipulated to, okay?
And at this time, the defense would rest.
Okay. State.
Your Honor, there was one other stipulation, and that Mr. Randolph, at the time of this incident, had a residence in Clearfield, Utah, and the state would stipulate that.
That's correct. We'll stipulate that.
Okay, that is a fact that has been stipulated to by the parties. And at this point, the defense would rest.
Yes, sir.
State, do you have any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation of evidence in this case. So we have now reached the portion where I will now read you the instructions from the law that apply to this case. You have a packet that was left in your chair that's entitled Jury Instructions to the Jury. Those are the ones that I'm going to read to you. Feel free to follow along as I read those. Instruction number 1. It is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this case. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict about any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of this court. Instruction number 2. If in these instructions any rule, direction, or idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Instruction number 3. An amended indictment is but a formal method of accusing a person of a crime and is not of itself any evidence of his guilt. In this case, it is charged in an amended indictment that on or about May 8th of 2008, defendant committed the offenses of conspiracy to commit murder and murder with use of a deadly weapon, adding within the county of Clark, state of Nevada, as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. Did then and there meet with Michael James Miller, and between themselves and each of them with the other, willfully and unlawfully conspire and agree to commit the crime of murder. And in furtherance of said conspiracy, defendant and Michael James Miller did commit the acts as set forth in count 2, said act being incorporated by this reference as though fully set forth herein. Count 2, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Did then and there willfully, unlawfully, closely, and without lawful authority and with malice aforethought, kill Sharon Cause Randolph, a human being, in the following manner, to wit, by shooting at and into the head of Sharon Cause Randolph with a firearm. The actions of the defendant Thomas Randolph and his accomplice Michael James Miller, resulting in the death of the said Sharon Cause Randolph, said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, committed by defendant and or his accomplice lying in wait to commit the crime, and or 3, committed during the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery, said defendant being responsible under 1 or more of the following principles of criminal liability, to wit, 1, by directly committing the act, and or 2, by defendant conspiring with Michael James Miller with the specific intent that a killing occur, whereby each is vicariously liable for the foreseeable acts of the other made in furtherance of the conspiracy, and or 3, by the defendant and Michael James Miller aiding and abetting each other with the specific intent that a killing occur, by counseling, encouraging, commanding, or procuring the other to commit the offense, by defendant planning the killing of Sharon Cause Randolph with accomplice Michael James Miller, the defendant thereafter being present outside the home. When Sharon Cause Randolph entered the home, she shared with the defendant's accomplice Michael James Miller, acting in the role of a burglar, shot Sharon Cause Randolph in the head, pursuant to the agreement and plan of the defendant and his accomplice Michael James Miller. Count 3, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Did then and there willfully, feloniously, and without authority of law, and with premeditation and deliberation, and with malice aforethought, kill Michael James Miller, a human being, by defendant shooting the victim in the head and body with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. It is the duty of the jury to apply the rules of law contained in these instructions to the facts of the case and determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of 1 or more of the offenses charged. Each charge and the evidence pertaining to it should be considered separately. The fact that you may find a defendant guilty or not guilty as to one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other defendant or offense charged. Instruction number 4. A conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more persons for an unlawful purpose. To be guilty of conspiracy, a defendant must intend to commit or to aid in the commission of the specific crime agreed to. The crime is the agreement to do something unlawful. It does not matter whether it was successful or not. A person who knowingly does any act to further the object of a conspiracy or otherwise participates therein is criminally liable as a conspirator. However, mere knowledge or approval of or acquiescence in the object and purpose of a conspiracy without an agreement to cooperate in achieving such object or purpose does not make one a party to a conspiracy. Conspiracy is seldom susceptible of direct proof and is usually established by inference from the conduct of the parties. In particular, a conspiracy may be supported by a coordinated series of facts in furtherance of the underlying offense sufficient to infer the existence of an agreement. A conspiracy to commit a crime does not end upon the completion of the crime. The conspiracy continues until the co-conspirators have successfully gotten away and concealed the crime. Instruction number 5. It is not necessary in proving a conspiracy to show a meeting of the alleged conspirators or the making of an express or formal agreement. The formation and existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from all the circumstances tending to show the common intent and may be proved in the same way as any other fact may be proved, either by direct testimony of the fact or by circumstantial evidence or by both direct and circumstantial evidence. Instruction number 6. Each member of a criminal conspiracy is liable for each act and bound by each declaration of every other member of the conspiracy if the act or the declaration is in furtherance of the object of the conspiracy. The act of one co-conspirator pursuant to or in furtherance of the common design of the conspiracy is the act of all conspirators. Every conspirator is legally responsible for a specific intent crime of a co-conspirator so long as the specific intent crime was intended by the defendant. A conspirator is also legally responsible for a general intent crime that follows as one of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the object of the conspiracy, even if it is not intended as part of the original plan and even if he was not present at the time of the commission of such act. Instruction number 7. Evidence that a person was in the company or associated with one or more other persons alleged or proven to have been members of a conspiracy is not, in itself, sufficient to prove that such person was a member of an alleged conspiracy. However, you are instructed that presence, companionship, and conduct before, during, and after the offenses are circumstances from which one's participation in the criminal intent may be inferred. Instruction number 8. Where two or more persons are accused of committing a crime together, their guilt may be established without proof that each personally did every act constituting the offense charged. All persons concerned in the commission of a crime who either directly or actively commit the act constituting the offense, or who knowingly and with criminal intent aid and abet in its commission, or, whether present or not, who advise and encourage its commission with the intent that the crime be committed, are regarded by the law as principals in the crime thus committed and are equally guilty thereof. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime if he knowingly and with criminal intent aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates by act or advice or by act and advice the commission of such crime with the intention that the crime be committed. The state is not required to prove precisely which defendant actually committed the crime and which defendant aided and abetted. Instruction number 9. Robbery is the unlawful taking of personal property from another, or in his presence, against his will, by means of force or violence or fear of injury, immediate or future, to his person or property, or the person or property of a member of his family, or of anyone in his company at the time of the robbery. Such force or fear must be used to obtain or retain possession of the property, to prevent or overcome resistance to the taking of the property, or to facilitate escape with the property. In any case, the degree of force is immaterial if it's used to compel acquiescence to the taking of or escaping with the property. Such taking constitutes robbery whenever it appears that although the taking was fully completed without the knowledge of the person from whom taken, such knowledge was prevented by the use of force or fear. The value of property or money taken is not an element of the crime of robbery, and it is only necessary that the state prove the taking of some property or money. Instruction number 10. Robbery may be spread over considerable and varying periods of time. All matters immediately prior to and having direct causal connection with the robbery are deemed so closely connected with it as to be part of the occurrence. Thus, although acts of violence and intimidation preceded the actual taking of the property and may have been primarily intended for another purpose, it is enough to support the charge of robbery when a person takes the property by taking advantage of the terrifying situation he created. Instruction number 11. Murder in the first degree is a specific offense crime. The defendant cannot be held liable under conspiracy and or aiding and abetting theory for first degree murder for acts committed by a co-conspirator, unless the defendant also had a premeditated and deliberate specific intent to kill and or the intent to commit robbery under the felony murder theory. Murder in the second degree and robbery are general intent crimes. As such, defendant may be held liable under conspiracy theory and or aiding and abetting for murder of the second degree and robbery for acts committed by a co-conspirator if the killing or taking of property by force is one of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the object of the conspiracy. Instruction number 12. Where several parties join together in a common scheme to commit an unlawful act, each is criminally responsible for the reasonably foreseeable general intent crimes committed furtherance of the common design. In contemplation of law as it relates to general intent crimes, the act of one is the act of all. Robbery and battery are general intent crimes. Second-degree murder can be a general intent crime. Additionally, a co-conspirator is guilty of the specific intent offenses which he specifically intended to be committed. First-degree murder is a specific intent crime unless the felony murder rule applies. Instruction number 13. In this case, the defendant is accused in an amended indictment alleging an open charge of murder. This charge may include murder of the first degree or murder of the second degree. The jury must decide if the defendant is guilty of any offense and if so, of which offense. Instruction number 14. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either express or implied. The unlawful killing may be effected by any of the various means by which death may be occasioned. Instruction number 15. Malice aforethought means the intentional doing of the wrongful act without legal cause or excuse or what the law considers adequate provocation. The condition of mind described as malice aforethought may arise from anger, hatred, revenge, or particular ill will, spite, or grudge toward the person killed. It may also arise from any unjustifiable or unlawful motive or purpose to injure another, proceeding from a heart fatally bent on mischief or with reckless disregard of consequences and social duty. Malice aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of any considerable period of time between the malicious intention to injure another and the actual execution of the intent, but denotes an unlawful purpose of design as opposed to accident and mischance. Instruction number 16. Express malice is the deliberate intention unlawfully to take away the life of a human being, which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Malice may be implied when no considerable provocation appears or when all the circumstances of killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. Instruction number 17. Murder of the first degree is murder which is perpetrated by means of any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. All three elements, willfulness, deliberation, and premeditation, must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before an accused can be convicted of first-degree murder. Willfulness is the intent to kill. There need be no appreciable space of time between formation of intent to kill and the act of killing. Deliberation is the process of determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action and considering the consequences of the actions. A deliberate determination may be arrived at in a short period of time, but in all cases, determination must not be formed in passion, or if formed in passion, it must be carried out after there has been time for the passion to subside and deliberation to occur. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not deliberate, even though it includes the intent to kill. Premeditation is a design, a determination to kill, distinctly formed in the mind by the time of the killing. Premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It may be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. For if the jury believes from the evidence that the act constituting killing has been preceded by and has been the result of premeditation, no matter how rapidly the act follows the premeditation, it is premeditated. Instruction number 18. The law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary within different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberation and premeditation, as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. Instruction number 19. There are certain kinds of murder in the first degree which carry with them conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of first-degree murder is a killing committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration of a robbery is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional, unintentional, or accidental. This is called the felony murder rule. The intent to perpetrate or attempt to perpetrate a robbery must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In order for the felony murder rule to apply under the robbery theory, the intent to take property must be formed prior to the act constituting the killing. Instruction number 20. Although your verdict must be unanimous as to the charge, you do not have to agree on the theory of guilt or liability. Therefore, even if you cannot agree on whether the facts establish the defendant is guilty of premeditated deliberate murder or felony murder, or is liable as a principal, aider, and abettor, or co-conspirator, so long as you all agree that the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt of murder in the first degree, your verdict shall be murder of the first degree. Instruction number 21. You are instructed that if you find the state has established that the defendant has committed first-degree murder, you shall select first-degree murder as your verdict. The crime of first-degree murder includes the crime of second-degree murder. You may find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder if, 1, you have not found beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree, and 2, all 12 of you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime of second-degree murder. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or of the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of murder of the second degree. Instruction number 22. All murder which is not murder of the first degree is murder of the second degree. Murder of the second degree is murder with malice aforethought, but without the admixture of premeditation and deliberation. Instruction number 23. You are instructed that if you find that a defendant is guilty of first or second degree murder, you must also determine whether or not a deadly weapon was used in the commission of this crime. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of such an offense, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting the use of a deadly weapon. If, however, you find that a deadly weapon was not used in the commission of such an offense, but you find that it was committed, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting that a deadly weapon was not used. Instruction number 24. Deadly weapon means any instrument which, if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, will or is likely to cause substantial bodily harm or death, or any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. A firearm is a deadly weapon. Instruction number 25. If more than one person commits a crime and one of them uses a deadly weapon in the commission of that crime, each may be convicted of using a deadly weapon even though he did not personally herself use the weapon. An unarmed offender uses a deadly weapon when the unarmed offender is liable for the offense, another person liable for the offense is armed with and uses a deadly weapon in the commission of the offense, and the unarmed offender had knowledge of the use of the deadly weapon. Instruction number 26. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense, or in the defense of an occupied habitation, or of a person against one who manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence, or against any person or persons who manifestly intend and endeavor in a violent, riotous, tumultuous, and surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person, A, is not the original aggressor, B, has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used, and C, is not actively engaged in conduct in furtherance of criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. Instruction number 27. The killing of another person in self-defense or in defense of another is justified and not unlawful when the person who does the killing actually and reasonably believes that there is imminent danger that the assailant will either kill him or cause him great bodily injury, and that it is absolutely necessary under the circumstances for him to use in self-defense force or means that might cause the death of the other person for the purpose of avoiding death or great bodily injury to himself. Instruction number 28. A bare fear of death or great bodily injury is not sufficient to justify killing. To justify taking the life of another in self-defense, the circumstances must be sufficient to excite the fears of a reasonable person placed in a similar situation. The person killing must act under the influence of those fears alone and not in revenge. Instruction number 29. An honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity for self-defense does not negate malice and does not reduce the offense from murder to manslaughter. Instruction number 30. The right of self-defense is not generally available to the original aggressor. That is the person who has sought a quarrel with and is designed to force a deadly issue and thus through his fraud, contrivance, or fault to create a real or apparent necessity for making a felonious assault. The original aggressor is only entitled to exercise self-defense if he makes a good faith endeavor to decline any further struggle before the mortal blow was given. However, where a person without voluntary seeking, provoking, inviting, or willingly engaging in a difficulty of his own free will is attacked by an assailant, he has the right to stand his ground and need not retreat when faced with the threat of deadly force. Instruction number 31. Actual danger is not necessary to justify killing in self-defense. A person has a right to defend from apparent danger to the same extent as he would from actual danger. The person killing is justified if, 1, he is confronted by the appearance of imminent danger, which arouses in his mind an honest belief and fear that he is about to be killed or suffer great bodily injury, and 2, he acts solely upon these appearances and his fear and actual beliefs, and 3, a reasonable person in a similar situation will believe himself to be in life danger. Instruction number 32. The killing is justified even if it develops afterward that the person killing was mistaken about the extent of the danger. Instruction number 33. If evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Instruction 34. If a person kills another in self-defense, it must appear that the danger was so urgent and pressing that in order to save his own life or to prevent his receiving great bodily harm, the killing of the other was absolutely necessary, and the person killed was the assailant, or that the slayer had really and in good faith endeavored to decline any further struggle before the mortal blow was given. Instruction number 35. It is a constitutional right of a defendant in a criminal trial that he may not be compelled to testify. Thus, the decision as to whether he should testify is left to the defendant on the advice and counsel of his attorney. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that he does not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 36. Statements of the defendant not made in court have been admitted into evidence. Before the jury may take such statement into consideration, it must first decide whether or not it was given voluntarily. If the jury decides the statement was made voluntarily, it may use the statements in deliberations. If the jury decides the statement was not made voluntarily, the jury must disregard it. The state has the burden of proving the voluntariness of a statement by a preponderance of the evidence. This burden of proof should lead the trier of fact to find that the existence of the contested fact is more probable than its non-existence. The court has redacted portions of the defendant's statements that are not relevant to this proceeding. You are not to speculate about what was redacted or consider the fact that the statement was redacted in your deliberation. Instruction number 37. You have heard testimony regarding events described by Sharon Randolph to her friends. Such evidence was introduced as evidence of Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may consider the evidence to the extent you think it is relevant to Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may not consider this evidence as evidence of events that occurred or any other purpose. This applies to witnesses 1. Colleen Byer, 2. Michael Byer, 3. Deidre Marley, 4. Alice Wolf, 5. Antoinette Bean, and 6. Victoria Kamenick. Instruction number 38. To constitute the crime charged, there must exist a union or joint operation of an act forbidden by law and an intent to do the act. The intent with which an act is done is shown by the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Do not confuse intent with motive. Motive is what prompts a person to act. Intent refers only to the state of mind with which an act is done. Motive is not an element of the crime charge, and the state is not required to prove a motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. However, you may consider evidence of motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in the case. Instruction number 39. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. This presumption places upon the state the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every material element of the crime charge that the defendant is the person who committed the offense. A reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 40. You are here to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant from the evidence in the case. You are not called upon to return a verdict as to the guilt or innocence of any other person. So if the evidence in the case convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant, you should so find, even though you may believe one or more persons are also guilty. Instruction number 41. The evidence which you are considering in this case consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, and any facts admitted or agreed to by counsel. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who claims to have personal knowledge of the commission of the crime which has been charged, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances which tend to show whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. Therefore, all the evidence in the case, including circumstantial evidence, should be considered by you in arriving at your verdict. Statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorney stipulates to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as true. You must not speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. The question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies a meaning to the answer. You must disregard any evidence to which an objection was sustained by the court or any evidence ordered stricken by the court. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Instruction number 42. Whenever there is a slight evidence that a conspiracy existed and that the defendant was one of the members of the conspiracy, then the statements and the acts by any person, likewise a member, may be considered by the jury as evidence in the case as to the defendant found to have been a member, even though the statements and acts may have occurred in the absence and without the knowledge of the defendant, provided such statements and acts were knowingly made and done during the continuance of such a conspiracy and in furtherance of purpose of the conspiracy. Instruction number 43. The credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opportunity to observe the manner in which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about a material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any other portion of the testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Instruction number 44. The fact that a witness has been convicted of a felony, if such be a fact, may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining the credibility of that witness. The fact of such a conviction does not necessarily destroy or impair the witness's credibility. It is one of the circumstances that you may take into consideration in weighing the testimony of such a witness. Instruction number 45. The witness who has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in a particular science, profession, or occupation is an expert witness. An expert witness may give his opinion as to any matter in which he is skilled. You should consider such expert opinion and weigh the reasons, if any, given for it. You are not bound, however, by such an opinion. Give it the weight to which you deem it entitled, whether that be great or slight, and you may reject it if, in your judgment, the reasons given for it are unsound. Instruction number 46. Although you are to consider only the evidence in this case in reaching a verdict,
All the way
you
to
must bring into
46.
consideration of evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence you feel are justified in the light of common experience. Keep it in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law.
Wow.
Instruction number 47. In arriving at a
thought we were
verdict in
done.
this case as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you and should in no way influence your verdict. That is a matter left to the discretion of the court. Instruction number 48. During the course of this trial and your deliberations, you are not to, 1, communicate with anyone in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by phone, text, internet, or other means. 2, read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case.
This is what she
3,
normally
do any
reads.
research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. 4, make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. Instruction number 49. If during your deliberation you should desire to be further informed on any point of law or hear again portions of the testimony, you must reduce your request to writing signed by the foreperson. The officer will then return you to court where the information sought will be given to you in the presence of and after notice to the district attorney and the defendant and his counsel. Playbacks of testimony are time-consuming and are not encouraged unless you deem it a necessity. Should you require a playback, you must carefully describe the testimony to be played back so that the court recorder can arrange her notes. Remember, the court is not at liberty to supplement the evidence. Instruction number 50. When you retire to consider your verdict, you must select one of your number to act as a foreperson who will preside over your deliberation and will be your spokesperson here in court. During your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits which are admitted in evidence, those written instructions and forms of verdict which have been prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. As soon as you have agreed upon a verdict, have it signed and dated by your foreperson, and then return with it to this room.
If you close your eyes, you can understand her a little
Now you
bit.
will listen to the arguments of counsel who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your mind the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be, and by the law as given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. State, are you prepared to give a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
There we go. Closing arguments for the state they go first.
This is now the portion of the trial where the closing arguments will be begun. Since the state has the burden of proof, they will be allowed to open and close the arguments.
Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So, good afternoon. On May 8th of 2008, there were 3 people in a house on Rancho
graphic
Santa
photos.
Fe Drive. That included Sharon Randolph, it included the defendant Thomas Randolph, and it included Michael Miller. At the end of that evening, 2 individuals from that residence were shot with guns inside the residence, and the only injury that Mr. Randolph reported was an injury to his mouth. So he basically left this exchange with barely a scratch on it. Now, Mr. Randolph offered sort of a time-tested version of events. I am a homeowner. There was an intruder who came in. I wasn't able to save my wife, but thankfully I was able to save myself. And the police could have taken one look at Mr. Randolph and one look at Mr. Miller and just accepted that version of events and sort of moved on and not really done a lot of investigation. They could have accepted that narrative. But they had to wonder, like, does the evidence make sense? Is Thomas Randolph alive because he was able to physically outmatch a younger, healthier man, or because he betrayed and deceived him after the 2 conspired to kill Sharon Randolph? Now, in writing and in movies, there's a writing device called an unreliable narrator. An unreliable narrator is an untrustworthy storyteller, most often used in narratives with a first-person point of view. And we see this in books and sometimes in movies, but we also see it a lot more in 2020 and onward as cell phones became more prevalent, right? Someone would say, hey, that guy was mean to me in a park, and then someone would have cell phone evidence sort of disputing that. Or someone may report, hey, that guy came at me, and that's why I shot that person. But then there's someone on the street with a cell phone, and they're able to reveal the person to be an unreliable narrator. Now, in this case, obviously in that house in 2008, there was not cell phone video that showed the exchange of what happened that night. But you do have physical evidence, and you do have statements, and you have ballistic evidence that will show you that Thomas Randolph is an unreliable narrator. And he kind of characterizes himself as that. In that third interview with detectives on June the 3rd of 2008, he describes himself as reasonably honest. That's not 100% honest. That's not absolutely honest. His words are reasonably honest. The one thing our narrator, Thomas Randolph, sticks to consistently is that his shooting of Michael Miller occurred in the hallway of the residence in the area leading into the garage.
So you're clearing space from him?
Clearing space from him, and just a few inches before I shot him, I started shooting him just as soon as I got a little bit of adrenaline.
Did you fire again in this hallway?
Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, I fired a lot, and then he came out and turned around again.
Okay, now, is he in the garage now?
He's right at the doorway there. I think he was trying to open the garage door.
As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him. Boom, boom, boom! He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom! And he's just laying there. Now.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
So now is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still. Nope, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out. And I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm going to shoot him. I mean, there's no.
He's squaring off on you. How did he get there?
He's seen me. Then he just turned around and just kind of. No, he wasn't running. He was backing the whole time. Just keeping an eye on me. Kind of. He's keeping an eye on me. See where I'm going.
So now he's gotten over here and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. But he's more maybe kind of like that a little bit. Seems like it was like that, because it was just like, it was close. It was pretty close. Might have been a little further back. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here we hit. And he's coming down just like this.
He's there. He squares off on you.
Yeah, kind of.
Then what happened? Just not yours.
I kind of like that, and I was already shooting.
Okay. So you fired the first time, and you stepped up. Go ahead and repeat his moves.
Wherever we're doing something here, and I don't know if I hit him. I don't know if that's when he got his gun out. If he just said, "Fuck it, I'm running." I don't know what the deal was. It seems like I shot him again, maybe like about right here, and then he started turning like this toward the door, and I shot. I may have emptied the gun. I don't know.
Actually, he didn't empty the gun. The gun holds 8 rounds, and then you could have one in the chamber. He shot 5 times. So he didn't empty the gun, but he did say over and over again that he shot Mr. Miller in that hallway. The problem, of course, is that the ballistic evidence and the evidence of the walls and doors in that hallway don't reflect that. There's only one piece of ballistic evidence in that scene in the hallway, and it's right at the base of the door of the door that would go from the inside of the house into the garage. There's that one cartridge case, that's item number 3, that was collected by crime scene analysts. There's no dents on the walls. There's no other cartridge cases. There's no blood. There's no markings to indicate anything hit that wall where Mr. Miller was allegedly standing. All we have is that single piece of evidence, of ballistic evidence, and that's that casing, the one in at the base of the doorway. as you know from the testimony in the case, all of the other ballistic evidence, the bullets, the additional cartridge cases, those are all located in the garage. Now we know on the 8th that the crime scene analyst did find a mark of a bullet strike on the wall to the south of that hallway, kind of towards the master bedroom area. There was that mark really high up on the wall, kind of above where the doorbell was. And they go up on those shelves and they find 2 pieces of like a fragmented bullet. But that we know isn't associated with Michael Miller, right? We know that that bullet is associated with Sharon Randolph in a couple ways. There's a close-up of those fragments. One, we know from the autopsy that the bullet that struck her head fragmented, right? So you can actually see the fragments on the x-ray there, and that bullet fragmented once it hit her skull. We also know that fragments of the bullet were recovered at the autopsy of Sharon Randolph. By contrast, an intact bullet was the only one that was recovered from Michael Miller. So it's evident that those items 12 and 13 that were on the shelves relate to Sharon Randolph's injury rather than Michael Miller's. Now the defense throughout the trial has offered sort of theories of why it was that there was no ballistic evidence except for that one cartridge case in the hallway. And they are basically, hey look, those cartridge cases bounced out the door as Randolph shot Miller. The cartridge cases moved because of the actions of first responders. The cleaning crew moved everything. And then the last sort of catch-all is, you really can't expect Thomas Randolph to remember how this played out. So let's talk about the first theory, which is that the cartridge cases bounced out that door as Thomas Randolph shot Michael Miller. Here's the problem with that. In the first interview, Thomas Randolph describes the shots that he inflicted on Michael Miller when he's in the garage, and he says it's after that he props the door with that rug.
And you fired how many more times?
I think just once more, because once or twice maybe.
So he's describing, and you'll have all the interviews back in the deliberation room. The last 2 shots, 1 or 2 that he describes, that occurs in the garage, right? Those last ones when he goes out there. And what does he say he does after that?
I slid the rug up under the door so the door would be open so I could see him, because I still was, don't know what's going on. I wasn't going to check on him. I wanted to check on Sharon.
So you go up and you check on Sharon.
I tried to roll her over. I tried to talk to her. I bent down, and that's when there was the gun was there, because I bent down on it. It was laying somewhere in that vicinity. And
so after the shooting is all done, the defendant says he props the door with the rug and then attends to Sharon. And that would have made it impossible for any of those cartridge cases or bullets or anything like that to have bounced through the door, because according to him, on the 9th, that door was shut until all the shooting was done, and he propped the door after to go keep an eye on Mr. Miller and go attend to Sharon Randolph. Now, to be fair, in the walkthrough a week later, the defendant adjusts his story a little bit and says that the door is open.
Yeah, and then he was headed toward the door, and that was it.
All right, so show me his movement from the time that he came up here, back here, where you first see him. Show me what you saw him do. Oh, back here. The door was closed, right?
No, the door would be open. I closed the door after they told me to go get the gun and close the door.
Well, this is before all that's happening, though, because you're still confirming.
Right. And I had the door, when I came in and seen Sharon, I had the door. Yeah, I did. I stood here from this. Sharon called at her a couple of times, and I actually started, like I told you, I pushed the garage and then stopped it because I was actually going to go get the neighbors.
Think about what he's saying there. He comes in, he sees his wife collapsed on the floor. And his thought isn't to run to her, according to him. He doesn't know if she's had a medical episode. He hasn't seen anybody in the house at that point. He's saying, I walk in, I see her, and I decide to prop a door, maybe go see the neighbor. Does that make sense to you? And the other thing he says in that clip is that rug somehow stayed in place when Michael Miller went tumbling out it after the exchange in the hallway. Even if the door was open, consider all the obstacles that were in that garage. This is a crowded garage, and we know one of the cases ended up on the side of the Pontiac car. Here's an overall view of that garage, and another case ends up on the complete opposite side of that garage, and there's bullets on those sides as well. All of those things make it impossible for the cases or the bullets to fly out of that garage door and then disperse in opposite directions. Let's move on to the second theory offered by the defense is, well, first responders moved all that ballistic evidence. You heard from first responders. You heard they're trained to not move around evidence, to clear houses and try to avoid stepping on things. You also heard that they entered through the front door rather than the garage. They didn't go from the garage into the hallway. They went first to Mrs. Randolph, saw her in the hallway, and then backed out. Mr. Miller was treated in the garage by medical, but there was no testimony that any of them traversed from the garage back inside the house, and even if they did, that's sort of the wrong direction for the evidence to be moving. So that theory kind of leaves us with, again, one piece of ballistic evidence in that hallway and no marks on the wall. In addition, when the first responders came to the scene, they had yet another obstacle in Michael Miller. So it's not as though a casing landed on him. It's not as though there was a stray bullet that that made it to the sides and bounced off of him. There's only the evidence on the sides, on opposite sides of that garage, which is not consistent with what the defendant described. So let's talk about the cleaning crew. This was another theory. That the cleaning crew, they must have cleaned up all this stuff. So we know on the 8th that there was that strike up high on the wall, and they collect that evidence on the 8th into the 9th, and they see nothing else in that hallway to photograph, to collect, no defects in the wall, no evidence of any strikes on that hallway portion where Mr. Randolph says he's shooting Mr. Miller. But we know when the detectives go back on the 15th, it's not as though that cleaning crew patched up that wall. That's still there. And this probably isn't the best advertisement for the cleaning crew because there's all kinds of other evidence left behind indicating that that cleaning crew didn't really clean the place up that much. They also find 2 other cases in the garage. This is the original photo on the night of the 8th. We know that there is a cartridge case sort of where that light bulb is in that toolbox, and then a little bit beyond that there's another cartridge case. So we know that those last 2 cartridge cases end up in the garage as well as a result of the shooting. The only other explanation for that is that the cleaning crew somehow found them and deposited them into those 2 areas. This is the photograph of the 15th, and it's barely moved. So you'll have to make a determination if the cartridge cases happen to be there the whole time and they just missed them on the first go through on the 8th, or if the cleaning crew somehow took it upon themselves to put them in those locations and just leave. Here's closer pictures of where they are. They're right by that water bottle tucked in the back and also in that kind of cluttered toolbox. So we're left with the same evidence we started with. All of the ballistic evidence is in the garage area, except for that 1 cartridge case at the base of the door. So the next theory offered by the defense is, it's just really too hard to remember how this happened. The problem with that is Thomas Randolph claims to remember. He describes this over and over again in the same exact way with a few minor changes, and he always describes the shooting occurring in the hallway. This time, when you see his descriptions, I'd ask you to please take note of which direction, which side of Mr. Miller's body he is explaining is exposed to him when he's firing the shots.
And as we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom! He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times they shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom! 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 And he's just laying there. Just laying there. Now.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
So now is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still.
Shuffling? How's he doing?
Nope, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out. I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm going to shoot him. I mean, there's no.
He turned into here and he squared off on you. How did he get there?
He seen me, then he just turned around and just kind of. Nope, he wasn't running. He was backing the whole time. Just keeping an eye on me. Kind of. He's keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me. See where I'm going.
Okay. So now he's gotten over to here and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here we hit. And he's coming down just like
You
this.
first see him, he's there, he squares off on you.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Kind of.
Then what happened? With him, just his movement, not yours.
I kind of like that, and I was already shooting. And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, boom, boom! Except the door didn't come down. It stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. Boom, boom!
And so what do we know from autopsy? We know that almost every round that entered Mr. Miller's body entered from the left. And when he's describing it, he's describing the right side of Mr. Miller being exposed to him. This is what was described in autopsy as shot number 1. It enters from his left ear and travels slightly upward and exits out the right side of his forehead. This one is a different shot where it enters on sort of the left side above his eyebrow and travels nearly straight down and out the right side of his neck. This is gunshot wound 3. It enters on the left side of his abdomen, travels up and exits out the right side of Mr. Miller's chest. Gunshot wound 4 is the one on the left side, sort of under where his arm is. And gunshot wound 5, you can see there, is the one that enters into the left back of Mr. Miller's elbow. So none of these fit at all with what Thomas Randolph is describing. I mean, even if you take it like in a general sense, he describes shooting straight on. Not one of those shots is like that. They're traveling up, they're traveling down, they're traveling sideways for the one into his head. None of those trajectories are even remotely close with what he described to police. Now remember, Mr. Miller was face down for those 2 headshots, and you can see the blood stain there to show that he was originally in that position. And just think about those 2 headshots. One of them is from the left ear across, and then one of them is from the top of his the left side of his head, almost straight down, coming out his neck. Those are the last 2 shots that he says he's inflicted, and they're coming at opposite angles on Mr. Miller's body. None of the trajectories make sense. So let's talk a little bit about the law. As you know from Judge Jones reading you the charging document, there's 3 crimes charged here, 2 different ones. One of them is conspiracy, and all conspiracy is, in terms of an illegal act, is it's an agreement to do something unlawful. In this case, it's an agreement that the state is alleging between Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller to commit the crime of murder. And it's actually just that agreement to commit the crime that's illegal. It's illegal to agree to commit a crime. Now, when it comes to proving conspiracy, you're told in the instructions that basically you can look at facts and circumstances. The law acknowledges that it's pretty rare for someone to have like a videotape or something like that of meetings of co-conspirators discussing the conspiracy. So you can look at other facts and other circumstances in order to determine whether a conspiracy existed amongst two individuals. So what do we have in this case that's evidence of conspiracy? Well, it kind of comes in two forms. The first one is the relationship that Thomas Randolph has with Michael Miller, and the second one is facets of the crime. Now, Thomas Randolph told detectives how it was that he came upon and met Michael Miller.
So you've known him 4 or 5 months. How did you meet him?
At the convenience store, I was in there getting my car. It was a terrible since I was getting my car washed and I was waiting. I was just in there just waiting. He was in line before me getting a beer, and it's like he'd been doing manual labor because he was all dirty and stuff. But there was 2 or 3 people in line, and he was just kind of joking and said, This lady, she doesn't ask me for ID. She does every time I come here. Every day and buy a beer, but she always asks me for ID. And something about the day I don't have it or something. Anyway, so I said, well, don't worry, I'll just get it for you. So I just paid for the beer, and I was just going to give it to him. And he said, no, that was yours. I didn't miss it. That's the kind I want or something. But just chit-chatted there, and he took off, and I got my car down, and I was going toward the house, and I seen him along there, and just pulled over and said, hey, you need a ride? You on my way? And sure. So that was it. Just popped in and sat over in front of his house the first day for probably an hour and just talked.
So according to Thomas Randolph, he just happens to meet this total stranger in a convenience store and befriends him and just gives him a ride. And from then on, this relationship ensued. And even though Mr. Miller wasn't really good at doing, as we learned, any kind of handiwork, he keeps employing him and keeps paying him money.
So do you engage him to come over to the house and do some work for you?
Yeah, well, I talked about doing something. Excuse me, and he says, okay, I'll help you if you need some help. I ain't got nothing else to do. And I called him and asked him if he really wanted to work. And he said, yeah, he'd come over. And he said he's not good at what he does, but he's a good worker. He works consistently, and it's not like going down getting a couple of the Hispanics on the corner.
So how often does he come over to your house and go to work?
A lot. He's also come over a lot just to watch ball games, and he's ate dinner with us 2 or 3 times.
So he develops this kind of unusual relationship with this handyman that he's just met and doesn't really know anything about. And we learned that starting at about February 12th of 2008, there starts to be phone communication between the two, and most of it is Mr. Randolph calling Mr. Miller, and we know that from Vita Miller, who had like 200 messages from the defendant on her nephew's phone. And you will have in the deliberation room all the hundreds of phone call activities, and you can look at these charts and decide for yourself if they represent a normal relationship between a paying customer and the handyman who works for them that doesn't know how to do anything, or if they're maybe indicative of something else. And look at this in particular, which is in the couple days before the homicide, there's lots of phone activity between the two. And think about why that is possibly occurring, because they're in Utah at that point, the Randolphs are. So why is it that Mr. Randolph needs to call Mr. Miller, the handyman, all those days in Utah? The other thing to take note of course, is the timing of that first call, which is February 12th. Way earlier in the trial, you heard from Liz Labrador, and she told you that it was around that time period, they were having that extramarital relationship that certainly everybody was aware of, but she gives that ultimatum around Valentine's Day of 2008 where she's like, look, you know, you're going to have to make a decision here. It's going to be her or me. And then we see this increase or beginning of phone communications between the defendant and Mr. Miller. Now, we also know from Clifton Miller, he was a really short witness last week, really short in terms of timing, what he tells you. He testified that, you know, he hung out with his cousin. They were kind of the same age. They did some activities together. And he said that Michael Miller was not working as a handyman, and he was aware of that. He was not working as a handyman for Thomas Randolph. He said that was a story Michael Miller was telling his aunt and uncle, but it wasn't true. Now, what's significant about that is that that handyman story, which isn't true according to Clifton Miller, and you have no reason to doubt his version of events, is the same story that Thomas Randolph is telling. So both Michael Miller and Thomas Randolph are telling this same story that Clifton Miller tells you isn't true. And Randolph maintains that handyman story when he talks to the police all 3 times. We also have the observation of Sharon's family, where they see Mr. Miller and Thomas Randolph constantly together, but no work's getting completed. They observe that Mr. Miller doesn't really seem to have a lot of skills as a handyman, and that they're having secretive conversations. The Millers also have concerns about this relationship. Mrs. Vita Miller testifies like, look, there's numerous phone calls from this guy on my phone. He's spending a lot of time with Thomas Randolph. And Clifton Miller, he describes hearing about this relationship from his cousin, and he says, I advise against it, and I advise him, you're going to get shot. Now, we have other evidence of conspiracy as well, and those are factors or facets of the crime which you're aware of at this point in the proceedings. You are to believe, according to the defense, that Michael Miller decided to conduct a jewelry heist on May the 8th of 2008. Although he knew the Randolphs would be out of town in the days before, and knew the Randolphs would be out of town on the 9th for several days after, he chooses, for whatever reason, according to the defense, the 8th as the time to commit the jewelry heist. The one time when they're in town over a 2-week period. That is evidence or circumstances of a conspiracy, that there was some agreement between Thomas Randolph and Michael Miller to commit harm on Sharon Randolph. You also know that when this alleged break-in of Michael Miller occurred, there was no evidence of forced entry. Now, if Michael Miller was acting on his own and wanted to cast suspicion away from himself, he would make it look like a forced entry, right? He's been to the house a million times. He would want to make it look like a stranger did it, not himself. If there's stuff stolen on a night when he would potentially have access to the house, he would want to make it look like a stranger, and that wouldn't be him. The other thing you learn from Thomas Randolph is, like, he's the guy, right? Like, he's got all this money. He's got thousands of dollars on him all the time, and that Michael Miller was aware of this, and just maybe that was his motivation for committing this crime in the first place. The question being, of course, if that's true, then how come you weren't the target of Michael Miller when you came through the door?
No, I asked him to go get $7 or $8 grand out of cash, and Mike's been with me when I've been there. I get the cash and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom. I get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to borrow money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
so you never made it to the bank?
Didn't make it to the bank, no.
So he's the guy with all the cash. He would be the one who should be the target of Michael Miller if he were going to commit a robbery homicide. And yet, he's the one that kind of ends up with no injuries whatsoever. We also know that if Michael Miller was in that residence and allegedly was surprised by the Randolphs coming home from dinner early because they were going to have sex, He had other access or other ways to exit the residence, which would not have caused any kind of confrontation between the two, and they would have never known they were there. He could have gone out the back or out the front door as the Randolphs were coming in. The fact that this doesn't occur shows that the object of the conspiracy, what was supposed to happen, did happen. Sharon Randolph got shot by Michael Miller. The other thing is this mask. And Detective O'Kelly actually touched on this yesterday during his testimony. Now, if Michael Miller were actually committing this jewelry heist burglary, he does not need a mask at all, right? Like, he should be taking the property. He's supposed to be, according to the defense, surprised that surprised that the Randolphs come home early. So he shouldn't have a mask with him at all. But maybe it's like what Detective O'Kelly touched on yesterday. Maybe it's just a little harder to commit a homicide on someone you know. Maybe if you're going to be lying in wait and waiting for someone in order to shoot them, and they know you and you know them, maybe it's a little easier to have the mask on. This mask certainly wasn't for Michael Miller when he went outside. I mean, he wasn't going to walk around some Las Vegas neighborhood in May with a ski mask on, right? Like, he needed it for inside because of what he was going to do. Randolph also suggests that Michael Miller, knowing that Randolph is always armed and always has a gun on him, that Michael Miller elected to approach him without having a gun drawn.
We just kind of bumped, and he was kind of, I don't know if he was fighting really, but I was just kind of trying to get some space because he kind of surprised me, but I just kind of pushed back and pulling the gun down because I had it beside me because I was going to look around the corner and see what was going on.
So according to Randolph, even though Michael Miller knows he's always armed, always those guns are loaded, that he decides, look, I'm going to approach him after shooting Sharon without having a gun drawn. Even more than that, he leaves behind, according to the defense theory of the case, a .38 that he could use on Thomas Randolph were he acting alone. The fact that that gun is left behind is evidence of a conspiracy. Miller did what he was supposed to do with the gun in shooting Sharon Randolph, and then leaves it there because that's part of the plan. Another thing to think about is that black bag that the police found. Remember, they find 4 keys in it. They don't know what the 2 kind of high security keys are for, but one of the keys is for the residence itself, and then one of the keys is for the safe in the master bedroom. Like, how did he get that key? Like, they talk about, in the interviews back and forth, well, we gave him a house key, or maybe he picked up a key when the kids were swimming, and, maybe he made a copy. But how on earth did Michael Miller get his hands on a key to a safe if he wasn't cooperating and working with Thomas Randolph? In that June 3rd interview, Randolph even kind of slips, and he knows that he has the keys. The police give him the property report from the impound of evidence at the Randolph residence, and Thomas Randolph reads it, and he's like, oh yeah, look, he's got 2 keys. I can see it on the impound report. But the keys aren't identified to the Randolph residence, and they're not identified to the Randolph safe. But he already knows that they're the ones that work, and you can see in the exchange with the detectives that he kind of knows something he shouldn't.
All right, ready to head downstairs?
He had keys to the house. It says 2 keys.
Oh, well, I don't know if those were keys that were his to present in Uncle's house. All it says is keys.
All it says is keys, but he knows there's keys, that they're the keys to the house. In addition, the clothing of Michael Miller suggests that this was a pre-planned event. The wearing of the cowboy boots isn't exactly something you would wear if you're about to commit a burglary or a jewelry heist. Michael Miller has been in that house dozens of times, according to the defendant, so his fingerprints would be kind of meaningless in most places. But on this night, something different is going to happen, right? Like, he doesn't want his prints there, even though they've been there before. On this night, he chooses to wear gloves. Now, we also saw in the crime scene that adjacent to that black bag that had the jewelry and the keys in it, there's some clothing of Michael Miller. There's like a shirt in that one bag. You can see his hat. And then there was a kind of a tennis shoe underneath him, and there's the other tennis shoe bag. So he clearly had other shoes he could have worn if he needed to be kind of surreptitious about it. But ask yourself, who brings a change of clothes to a burglary? What burglar do you know that brings clothing with them? How would that make any sense to a burglary? Michael Miller also had no bicycle left behind. If he were acting alone, that was sort of his means of transportation. There's no unidentified vehicle and no bicycle left behind in the residence. So the counts 2 and 3 are the same charge. One of them is for the murder of Sharon Randolph, and then one of them is for the murder of Michael Miller. What we know about Sharon Randolph and the defendant's relationship is on the day of the murder, the defendant is talking about divorce. Sharon, as we know from her friends, had brought up divorce before. This is a relationship that's very, very, very unstable. Now, during the trial, the defense attached a lot of significance to a particular tattoo that Sharon Randolph had on a private part of her body. I don't think she would be the first person in history that got a tattoo that maybe didn't age well, or maybe they didn't like after a while. But the suggestion that that tattoo is some sort of insight into her psyche as it existed on the 8th, rather than all of her friends saying, hey, she was miserable, this wasn't a relationship that was going well, they were both talking about divorce, is a little bit ridiculous. It tells you nothing about how she felt on May the 8th. We also know that Thomas Randolph facilitated Sharon getting life insurance shortly after they were dating. This is prior to the marriage, and you heard from Liz Labrador that he did the same thing with her, so he was able to facilitate this. You know that Thomas Randolph is the beneficiary of those life insurance policies. And you also know from the testimony that that he believed that he was going to get the house as well, that Sharon had left in the house. And the reason why he believes that is because that first will from 2006 that Sharon signs leaves him the house. Leaves him the house. But she does that other one, right? She does that one with her friend Alice a year later, and then she leaves everything to Colleen. But no one knows about that will, certainly not Thomas Randolph. And just while we're on the topic of those wills, look at that first will from 2006, because we've been going round and round about the value of this jewelry. It's actually described in that first will, and it says, Sharon describes the jewelry as mostly of sentimental rather than monetary value. So even Sharon Randolph suggests that the jewelry that she has in her possession isn't particularly valuable, except for, of course, and this is important, it has sentimental value. Now, we know also from sort of the other side of the equation on the conspiracy that Billy Miller testified that Mike told him, look, right before the murder, I'm going to be coming into some money. I'm going to become a driver for Thomas Randolph, suggesting that they have some sort of plan together. And Mrs. Vida Miller testified as well that Michael was going to be leaving town and was coming in to some money. Now, in terms of murder, the way the law is you can have criminal liability, meaning you're guilty of murder, in a couple of ways. Those ways are called direct, conspiracy, and aiding and abetting. Now, direct liability is simply you're the one that does the shooting, right? You kill somebody, that's direct liability. Conspiracy means if you make an agreement with someone and the agreement between the two of you is to commit a murder, then you are just as guilty as the person who pulls the trigger. If you have that agreement with the person, you have the same liability. So we know that Michael Miller is the one that shot Sharon Randolph on the 8th. And this is just a portion of the instruction. You'll have the whole thing in your packet. But you can kind of see on that second paragraph, The act of one co-conspirator pursuant to or in furtherance of the common design of the conspiracy is the act of all. So that means if two people conspire to kill someone and one of them ends up pulling the trigger, they both have identical liability. Aiding and abetting is another way to have criminal liability, and of course the whole instruction is important, but I'm just highlighting one part. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime if he knowingly and with criminal intent aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates the commission of the crime, if you help commit a crime with the intent that the crime be committed. For instance, if you give someone access to a house, if you take them to a shooting range so they get familiar with guns, or if you give them access to a gun, that's aiding and abetting a murder, and you have the same liability as if you committed the murder yourself. This is probably the easiest legal determination. One of the questions you'll be answering as jurors is if a deadly weapon was used in any of the murders, and obviously a firearm's a deadly weapon. Now, Mr. Randolph would have liability for that weapon use, even though for Sharon Randolph, even if he's not the one that held the gun, because if you're in a conspiracy and you know a gun is going to be used, you have the same liability as if you used the gun yourself.
Don't think they have a time limit.
Now,
I'll be surprised if they go over
Mr.
an hour.
Randolph suggests that he's not in on this murder at all with Sharon. In fact, he's something of a hero who went through extensive effort to save Sharon Randolph.
I went back down in here to my wife, got back to where I was at. I told him everything was cool. Got back down here and shook Sharon again, talked for a minute, and I said, she's still not moving, but she's bleeding really, really bad. And he says, that's why you've got it. She's going to die if you don't do this now. Something about going to be unpleasant. He says, now put down the phone and roll her over and then talk to me. So I remember from CPR and stuff that you got to do the counter weights or whatever. I'm doing the correct chest compressions, and then I kind of thought, maybe I'm not doing these right. I'm kind of doing them like a wild man. So then I started 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000.
So he's doing those chest compressions on Sharon Randolph like a wild man. He's really trying to save her life. And this is what she looks like at the scene. She had an injury that caused a lot of bleeding. And this is what he looks like after administering all that aid. Now, you heard from 2 detectives that true, there was a small amount of blood on his person. But you can check the Santa Fe video. These are the clothes he's wearing that night. So that means like he was wearing those clothes through this whole process. And they don't have a lot of blood on him for someone doing CPR like a wild man. One more thing with regard to his efforts as to CPR.
And I know when I started to get up, I pushed like that, because I remember it left a blood thing somewhere right here, trying to balance myself to get up. And I got up, got around Sharon. Excuse me.
So he left a blood thing right there on sort of the frame of the doorway to the bathroom, and it looks like it's like right by the area where the light switch is. Wow, that's the picture from the 8th. It's not there. There's another angle you can see by the light switch. That blood impression that he described from those efforts at saving Sharon Randolph are not present. Then you have the 911 calls, where Thomas Randolph does everything he can to not administer aid to Sharon Randolph. The fire department paramedic instructs him, put her flat on her back, and he says, put her flat on. Should I try to find his gun or something so he don't shoot me if he's not dead? The fire department instructs, hey, let's focus on your wife, put her flat on your back. I'm going to go to the garage so he can't get in. This is the guy he's just shot in the head twice. Sir, you got to do this quickly. Yes, okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh gosh, there's blood everywhere. You got to listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Okay, hang on a minute. Sir, please come back to the phone. Listen to that 911. Over and over again, he's putting any other task in front of administering aid to Sharon Randolph. Now, I sort of circled back on our theories of liability for murder. Obviously, we know that it's Thomas Randolph who shot Michael Miller, and obviously at this point we know that it is Thomas Randolph who betrayed and double-crossed the person he was in the conspiracy to begin with.
I'm a smart motherfucker. I should have been on the dream team. Always wanted to be a lawyer.
So Thomas Randolph is the smartest guy in any room. He's going to talk his way out of this. But, you know, we're kind of at the end of the story for the unreliable narrator, and the people that are going to write the last chapter will be all of you, and the last chapter will be your verdict. And the state respectfully asks you to find him guilty of all counts.
Boom.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess before we get to the great explosion. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of
Good
communication
closing.
social media.
The Unreliable Narrator. It's a good book.
You must not do any
Short
research
story.
such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference tables. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory in case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the files submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess till 1:15.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, we get just a little bit of a break here. While that's going on, let me just say, was Sharon found wasn't Sharon's face down in the photos? She wasn't turned over? Actually, Francis, the evidence shows that she was turned over. It does, the blood smear, the pattern does indicate that she was probably face down initially and then was rolled over. And even the amount of blood there probably does indicate that he was doing chest compressions of some sort. So that seems to stack up. But I'm not sure if he was I mean, she was. Yeah. Oh, now we don't get to hear that. Unreliable narrator is a writing device, aka a trope, aka motif. Always picture the jurors run out to the monkey bars at recess. They're looking at each other like, hey, it's almost time. They can't talk yet. They can't discuss this yet, but they're going to. I don't think. Let me just make sure Brandy isn't here. Hang on, just 1 second. Okay, she's not here right now, so we're good. I got my eyebrows in, and they came on this card right here, and they curl up, but I think the left eyebrow actually, once I put it on me, it'll be curling down. So I think this is the left eyebrow and this is the right. I just need to sort of fluff them up a little bit because they were sort of flattened. So I've sort of poofed them up a little bit. They're going to tickle like no other because they like extend for there's like loose hairs for about a mile off each end. But I think it looks actually pretty good with my beard. Let's do a quick comparison. I think it's not bad. Well, it looks this way. So it's almost a direct match. Almost a direct match. I'm pretty excited about these. So we'll put these on with, let's see. I'm watching on her channel. They're seeing on her channel. Crystal Holder says, "You and RA both have something to do tonight, and we get verdict eyebrows." So, yeah, they're looking forward to it. Those are what I'm going to be wearing. I just need a little tiny bit of guidance, on this as we're waiting for court to come back. They're on a 15-minute break. When you say you put them on over your eyebrows, this is important, so I don't get this wrong. Okay, do I literally right on top of my eyebrows or right over my eyebrows? Am I supposed to be like eyebrow and then additional eyebrow? Or do I want me to do like a unibrow that sort of just connects in the middle? I see they can also be used as nose hair, says Tag. Yes, there's enough. There's enough of it. I could. Anyway. Over. So define over. Like directly on top of or concealing my so when you say on top, you're saying concealing my existing eyebrows. Is it conceal or is it in addition to? So both are exposed. That's how we need to spell it out. On top of your current. See, on top doesn't answer the question. Is on top mean above or stuck to my existing ones? I need someone. On your current eyebrows, says Hippie Chick. Okay, so on the current ones. This one on the skin right above your eyebrows so you don't pull out your real ones. There's no concern about that. I think I'll be okay. I mean, I've already got plentiful eyebrows. Above, not on top. I just haven't seen Brandy's eyebrows. How does she wear them? Which hazel them first? Usually conceal current brows. Amber, I'm going to go with that. I think that's a good one. On the muscles above your eyebrows. Conceal your own. Not above, on. Okay. All right. So I think we're almost united on this. Right on your existing ones. Okay, that works. That works. Thank you for the clarification. Brandy's are like temporary tattoos. I just heard a buffer sound. Let's see what we have here. To the youth activity. They would never let me lift that one down. Look at the screenshot Weatherwatch put in mod chat. Don't pull out your real eyebrows. They don't always grow back. Let me take a quick peek in mod chat here and see what Weatherwatch provided for me. Okay. Okay, I'm looking. I've seen a lot of screenshots of when I held up the card, but where's the... I can't see Weatherwatch's screenshot. Oh, there it is. Okay, that screenshot was just me wearing them. Or me holding up the card. I'm so confused. All right. Hers are tattoos, not legit hair. It's just paint. I'm going like full bush, and she's just doing paint. I mean, I realized hers was like a tattoo, but for some reason I thought there was more volume to them. Okay. I'm probably going to lose some of my own. It's a small price to pay. I'm willing to sacrifice a few eyebrow hairs. I've got enough to spare. What glue do you have? Hope they came with some eyelash adhesive. They're stuck to the card. And they have like, once I pull them, they come right off. And there's like the backing stays on the card, like the little white backing is there. And then it's just like sticky, like a Post-it note onto the forehead. I don't have any glue, nor would I use it if it came with glue, because I don't trust that. So I just don't want to I don't want to be like the laughing stock of the Verdict Watch party. All right. Anyway, that's good. It'll work. I think I've got enough information. I'm not going to panic, Shireen. I'm going to take some deep breaths and we'll get through this. All right, we have about 9 minutes here until they come back. We're expecting when they come back from break to go straight into the defense closing. Defense gets one shot at this. I don't know which one is if we're going to hear Bean or Josh. Either way, they get one shot. One of them will give the closing, and then they may bifurcate the closing and have have both prosecutors take part in closing. So the lady did the opening, the gentleman's going to do the closing. I can't remember his name for the life of me. Brandy's tats stay on for several days. Make sure you move them from the nose side to the outside. Okay, so here's, as far as schedule goes, this is what we're going to do. We've already set up the portal because it's going to be this live stream that we portal over to Brandy's once the defense is done with their closing statement. So as soon as the jury is charged and they're sent out on Verdict Watch, we're going to portal over. I'm going to jump into the StreamYard on Brandy's live stream, and we'll be together on her channel So we'll be over there, and I'll at some point during there the eyebrows have to go on. I might have you guys help me a little bit. I'll sort of use you guys as a mirror. I'll use the big picture here, and you guys can tell me if it's good, bad, or indifferent. But it's going to be good. As far as the poll, did you guys see the poll, or do I need to do it again? We did a poll briefly on guilt and innocence. A few of you asked for it again. Is Thomas Randolph guilty as charged? So when I say as charged, this is to all charges, because basically, here's the thing. If he's guilty of conspiring with Mike, okay, we already know he killed Mike. We already know he shot Mike. But if he's guilty of conspiring with Mike, then he's guilty of all the others, because we know it happened with the gun. It's not a big thing. So the big question is we're asking, is he guilty of conspiring with Mike, conspiring to kill his wife? And so I'm going to say guilty as charged. That's the question. We're not going to break it out between every single charge. It's going to be, yes, he's guilty. All right, actually, by tradition, we have to put no first. We're going to put not guilty as first. Not guilty. The other option is guilty. We're going to add an option as not proven. There's for our Scottish friends. Not proven. And we're not going to put hung jury on here because we're just asking to see guilty or not. And everyone has to cast a vote. So we'll just have those three options. Okay, so we'll let this poll run one more time, and we'll see how this goes. Do we do a poll about how long deliberations will take? We'll do that as well, coming up here soon, as soon as we wrap up this poll. I like to have fun, and if you guys can have a little fun at my expense, I'm okay with that. As long as we're all laughing together, it's good. Need to mimic Tommy's hair, too. I don't have the fine, white, wispy hair on top of my head that he does. Oh, I've got a call coming in. I have no idea who this is.
Call from Joe, Ohio.
Joe, Ohio. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Fabulous. I see you there. Boom.
Just
how are you doing?
Yeah, just real quick. I don't know if anybody has brought this up, but why was the bag of food in her purse in the bathroom? So the bathroom off of the hallway.
On the floor.
I was thinking maybe she let him out of the car. He went in, hid in the bathroom. He's the one that shot her, not Mike.
So
I just wish they would have.
I've thought that through, but my only concern with that is what Mike just stays there. He's like, "Oh, cool, you shot your wife. Let's go hang out in the garage now." I mean, wouldn't Mike make a run for it if it was a complete surprise?
I think that they were in on it together.
Yeah.
I really, really wish they would have done GSR on those gloves to prove that
they actually did
Mike
fire.
is the one.
That would have been nice.
Right.
I wonder if they could. Well, I wonder if they could still do it. I know in the Murdoch case, they said they could do GSR on that, something for a long time afterwards, and prove that it had been shot.
I'm curious about that.
That's
Yeah.
Interesting
So
question.
anyway,
Joe, my theory for how it got there, those bags, is basically imagine that if the bathroom's on the right hand side as Sharon's walking in and she's holding the food in her right hand. If she is walking along and gets surprised by something, it could have thrown or caused that to fall, or if her body gets sort of jolted one direction or another, that could have caused that to go in the bathroom that way. But it seems weird. That,
I thought of that too, but remember in the walkthrough, Randolph was doing Magnum PI where he was running into the bathroom looking in the shower, behind the shower curtain. So how did he not trip over those bags?
Yeah, there's so much in his story that just is like, Alex, I'll take 100 things that didn't happen for 500. You know, it's like the story, the hero that he painted himself to be, it just didn't happen that way. There's just no way that's how it occurred. But great question.
Right.
And good to hear from you, Joe.
Yeah,
Welcome.
so-
Good to have you here.
Okay. Thank you so much. I love your show.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, the food bag, it was interesting. It's wig time. I don't have the wig anymore. I don't know where it went. GSR would be there just because he was in the vicinity of the gunshots, so it wouldn't really tell us anything. But wouldn't the count, like, don't they count like the particles of gunshot residue in the area? And it would indicate like they found like one gunshot residue on a shirt. That could be transfer. But if they had like a ton, that would indicate that it was very close to it. Why take food in the bathroom? So gross. There's a comment that I've heard often that says you're not a cow. You don't eat where you poop. But I'm just saying, sometimes you're in a rush. I often rush to the bathroom when I'm home because I tend to wait till I get home. Was the bag placed or found thrown? They didn't ever tell us that. It was on the floor, and I think it was probably thrown or dropped because Thomas, when he first saw it, said it looked like blood. He thought it was blood on the floor. Maybe Mike was running for his life after Tommy shot Sharon. I don't know. It seems with the two guns do not seem likely. If Tommy shot Sharon and it completely surprised Mike, I would expect both of them to be shot with the same gun. That's what I expect. But the changing of the guns and then shooting the other one, that seems like Mike maybe hung around for a little while. Okay, let's check out court, see where we're at here. Looks like we have about 15 seconds left. Tom shot them both, no doubt in my mind, says Kathleen.
I'm not a camel.
Ooh, right on cue. Look at that. Boom, this judge is prompt. Where do I use two guns? Yeah, I think they were far apart in time, though. I don't think it was shoot one, turn two, turn, shoot the other.
Please be seated. We are back on the record at C-250966, Ayden versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties plead into the presence of our jury.
Yes.
All right, defense, are you prepared to give your closing argument?
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Randolph.
Is it Bean that's doing it? Bean's doing the closing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first of all, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the defense for your time. I know this is difficult. I realize you come and go and you have to be told when to be here, and I could see you paid very careful attention on behalf of the defense. Thank you very much for that.
Now, where was I?
State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. This is a murder case. And this murder case is about murder.
There might be some graphic images.
It's also about perspective.
Perspective. Back to that same
So
argument.
now I'm going to tell you very quickly where I'm going. On May 8th, 2008, Thomas Randolph and Sharon went to the Santa Fe Casino to enjoy a celebration of Mother's Day. Little did they know that the person that they had helped, Sharon, put boots on that murderer's feet. Thomas Randolph had helped him. They had been kind to him. And that guy got in that house. And when Sharon Randolph and Thomas Randolph came home, because they didn't go to the movie. They ran into a burglar. Michael Miller shot Sharon Randolph in the back of the head. And when Thomas Randolph was in that bedroom, because he was spooked, he got a gun, and he did what any husband would do. He shot and killed Michael Miller, defending his home, defending his wife, defending his own son. That's what happened. It's just that simple. And as we go along, I'm going to get in much more detail, but recognize it is that simple. That's what Michael Miller did to Sharon Randolph. A contact wound. There he is. A murderer and a thief. And a burglar. That's a murderer. There's not a single person in law enforcement, there's not a single person that would say he is anything different than a first-degree murderer. This was David. This was Thomas Randolph coming home, hand in hand with Sharon. This mastermind has decided, because that's what they're saying, right? He's a mastermind. So he decided, hey, when I leave the Santa Fe, I want to make sure I'm holding hands, because that looks like we love each other. Really? So he knew the police were going to go and get the Santa Fe video and see a loving couple, because that's what it shows. They're holding hands. They went to the charcoal room, and then they decided to go home. I have some complaints on behalf of them.
Did you see that chart?
And a lot of them come from the opening argument that was made by the state of Nevada.
I hope they show that again.
The state of Nevada told you things they could not prove and were false and wrong. The prosecutor told you that the scene, this was his first clip. Problem number one, the scene tells a very different story. And before I go into much more detail about it, the prosecutor told you there's not a single bullet strike in that hallway. Not one. He was absolutely wrong. And I'll show you it went farther than the prosecutor just telling you there was no bullet strike in that hallway. You actually call a witness, and we're going to hear about it. Okay? Scene tells a different story. Not a single bullet strike in the hallway. The prosecutor actually put up a slide that says that, an opening argument. Let's hear it.
You will learn when crime scene analysts process that scene. There is not a single bullet strike in the hallway.
Let's see if that's accurate. Because see, what I would argue is when the state of Nevada gets up and tells you something, it's like a contract. Remember something from when we picked you. Who has the burden of proof? State of Nevada. We remember those sort of things we did where we said we don't have to say anything, we don't have to do anything. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would ask you, if we weren't doing our job, look at what would have been told to you. Just listen to this.
All right, I want to talk to you then about this defect that you identified on the wall. You remember using the word defect when you talked to Mr. Hammer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you called that defect when you wrote your report? Page 3.
An apparent bullet strike? Yes.
You identified it as a bullet strike in the hallway when you were documenting in your report, right?
Yes.
Bigger than 3 millimeters, right?
Yes.
Took a photo of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about that apparent bullet strike can be collected and preserved for purposes of testing later, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. But you can take a picture of it.
Yes.
And you saw that, yes?
Yes.
So you would appear to be a bullet strike, right?
Yes.
In that hallway, yes?
Yes.
And you photographed it, right?
Yes.
And when the word defect was used on direct examination, that's his word and you agreed with it, right?
Bullet strike, I call it the same thing.
Okay, well in your report you didn't say defect, did you?
15 years ago I did not.
What did you call it 15 years ago?
15 years ago I called it an apparent bullet strike.
Okay. And 15 years ago was a report related to the dates you were there, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'd probably call it the same thing today.
Bullet strike?
Yes.
Okay.
Prosecutor told you there was no bullet strike. He's had this case. He knows the evidence. And then he put a witness up, and what did he do? Oh, defect. Oh, it's defect. Because he knew. He couldn't have a bullet strike in there. He was nervous about that bullet strike. Remember that? We showed you it. And I really want you to think. We don't have any burden. We don't have to help that guy. We can just sit there. And if Mr. Tomczak doesn't do that, everybody thinks it's a little defect. Well, it was a bullet strike. Why would the prosecutor tell you that? See, because it's the state's perspective, isn't it? They want you to believe he didn't want Sharon to live. They want you to believe he didn't want her to have medical attention. Now, there's some real concerns about this. Real concerns because the prosecutor presented statements, and what we hear in the 911 call is quite clear. You hear Thomas Randolph screaming and crying, screaming and crying. And there's a point, you know, some part of it sounds so, and if you envision it, and you think that your wife has been shot, and you roll her over, and you see that image, what would a person do but scream? Your wife is gone. She's in terrible shape. And he did what a normal human would do. He screamed. And when I hear the state of Nevada complain, he didn't do this right, he didn't do that right, he didn't do this right. Can you imagine what a reasonable person would feel in that condition? How horrible it would be. How difficult it would be. I don't know how to do this. They blame him for saying, should I go open the door? Do you know what he was saying? Maybe if I go open the door, they can come and help her. We want you to understand our side. And we don't have a burden of proof. We don't have to prove anything. We have to show doubt. We don't even have to show that. If you see doubt that's reasonable, you're required to find Mr. Randolph not guilty. He wanted her to have medical aid. He was the only one who did it. I want you to do something. Listen to the 911 call. There's that silence. After you hear the clearing of the house, there's a silence. And it goes on. And the reason the silence is important, because you could hear it the first time, like, why is he talking about the silence? Tommy is outside. And he's wondering, because I brought it out in the statement. Remember how in the beginning they were saying that he was complaining about law enforcement not showing up for 20 or 30 minutes? That's not what he was complaining about. He was complaining that 911, that medical, didn't go in. He could see they're not going in. They didn't go in to help her. The only person who gave her aid was him. He tried in vain because you can see there's nothing that could be done because of what Michael Miller had done to his wife. You know, a suggestion that Michael Miller was anything other than a murderer is offensive. The evidence says they're wrong. Because what they did, what the prosecution did, is they told you a bunch of things in opening argument that we'll go through that were inaccurate. Here's a big one. Seemed like a relatively innocuous witness. Amy Corn got up on the witness stand. She says, 911 lady. And there were questions about compressions. Mr. Hamner asked, did you hear? Did she get chest compressions? No. Let's listen. Let's listen to this.
I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hamner, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm going to ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like, how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he told you, I'm going to ask you, at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone giving chest compressions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
No, I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
Why was that done? Why were you told that? Why was that in a pre-trial where the lady got up? And I would suggest she became a pawn because when Mr. Tomchek was asking her questions, you could see she was almost embarrassed. There was a meeting, and I did say I was going to say that, and I don't know what a chest compression sounds like. Why would they do that? Well, you know why they're doing it, right? Because if she'll say there's no chest compressions, then that's what you'll believe. Do you see that? You'll believe there's no chest compressions, so that makes him a liar. He's a liar because you didn't give her chest compressions. Why? Because that was an orchestrated attack upon a defendant.
Objection.
Objection, can we approach? This is the first objection during the closings. He was just getting fired up too. We've got some witnesses there in the back. There's our lead investigator, O'Kelly, sitting back there. Looks like probably with family and friends, sitting on the prosecutor's side. I got several witnesses that we can recognize in that bunch. He's getting spicy. Objections are good just to break up the other side, but they're sort of in bad form in openings and closings. So we'll see what the judge does here.
Yes. You are the finders of fact. You decide what happened in front of you. You can't see for yourself. I hope you looked at that carefully and asked yourself, what did that mean? Why was it done? It was done for the same reason that there was a defect in the hallway and not a bullet strike. The medical timeline, we put that in there because it's important. The phone call 911 comes at 20:44:58 seconds. The CAD report indicates Thomas Randolph, person reporting, requested medical advice. 3 minutes into that call, that's what's happening, or that's on the CAD report. Operator indicates AMR advised of delay. Reason that is important is because that tells you they weren't going in. Now you understand why firefighters and paramedics may be kept out. It's a very frightening situation. But from Thomas Randolph's point of view, he'd hoped that his wife could get help. And that's what he complained about that night. I'd suggest to you that's quite interesting that he complained. You people didn't go in there.
Thank you, Diet Coke Mama. Appreciate the super sticker. I think this is to fund the arm wrestling match.
Medical at 2021. The media arrives at 21:54. Fire Department 9 AMR are present. Look at that. The truth. Tommy fought to save her life. He cried and pleaded. He begged for help, and medical didn't come. I would suggest it would have been. You can see the wound. As the medical examiner testified, Dr. Gavin, she said she would have dropped right there. This again is a prosecutor telling you in opening argument. Defendant waited 12 minutes after Sharon was shot to call 911 and get help. Now this is this timeline. And this timeline has absolutely been destroyed. The state of Nevada wanted you to believe that. They told you that. They promised you that. They guaranteed it like a contract that it was 12 minutes that Mr. Randolph waited. You know why they're saying that? Why do you think? Oh, well, he's staging this whole thing. Okay, well, that's not accurate. Because the prosecutor actually told you conservatively. See, remember, he does a timeline. Look at Funny's gas station. Takes 3 to 4 minutes to get home. So what time does he get home? 8:30. What time does he call 911? 8:45. I know it's 8:44 and 54 seconds, but the prosecutor tells you 8:45. See, because he's coming up with this big, long gap. Right? Let's look at the truth. Let's look at what they knew, and let's look at what really happened. Mr. Bartlett said that he was on the phone. He was on the phone, here's the prosecutor, 8:30, conservatively. That's a quote. And it's not true. And we'll get to this. The prosecutor wanted you to believe it had to be 8:30. So one of the things they did is they play a video for you. You may remember this if we could watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to take about a minute to watch. But what I'm really going to be demonstrating is if you could see
the driving away right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you watch it and let us know that you cannot see it any further? Because it's going to turn, right?
Yes.
Towards Rancho, right?
Correct.
Can you still see it?
Yes. What happened?
Okay. Did you hear Detective Mogg say, what happened? Because Detective Mogg even knew. Why is the car still going? But they cut it out. See, because that's what they wanted you to do from that time. And they said repeatedly, the state did, 8:26, he leaves. No. Let's watch the rest of the video, because even Detective Mogg saying, no. It goes, and then it goes to the red light, and you can see that he waits at the red light until 27. It's not important, really. It doesn't really matter whether it's 27, 28, because we know from Bartlett what the timeline is. But let's show you the video we had to put in. We had to show you a video. And here you go.
Okay, so I want to keep watching after the state's video turned off. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you could still see the vehicle at the time the state's video cut off, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's driving away, correct?
That's correct.
It's 8:26:21, correct?
Yes.
I want you to tell me at the very time you can no longer see that vehicle. It's coming to a stop at the stop light.
So right now it looks like he stopped in the turn bank.
Okay?
They skipped ahead. They fast forwarded.
And you can see the arrow on the vehicle. Detective Mogg had put it on there for us.
Okay.
Okay, what was the time? 8:27?
27, 23, 24.
Why not cut it off? Why? Because, see, they're trying to prove up a timeline. They need that 11 or 12 minutes. There should be no doubt that the prosecution is desperately trying to get you 11 or 12 minutes when it's absolutely wrong. Because what does Mr. Bartlett say? And I'm sorry, because during this trial, sometimes I gave you seconds. I thought it was important you knew the time rather than... Again, we're the finders of fact. What do you think of that? That man is on trial. This is a very serious trial. Why are things like that being done? You be the judge. Mr. Bartlett came up on the witness stand, and I asked him, because I knew what the answer was. When you were on the phone to your friend, did you see something? Yes. I saw something. I saw the neighbors come back. And I saw the garage door open. I saw them go in, and I saw the garage door close. When did that happen? When I was on the phone with my friend. So they get the phone records, and what does it show? He starts that phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds. So what can we make from that logically? That if he starts a phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds, and he's on that phone, and he sees the Randolph car come, they couldn't be at home at 8:30. You see, because now they're missing their 11 or 12 minutes. It's starting to tick away. Why did they think it was so important, 11 or 12 minutes? They thought it was vital to tell you that. And yet now, they've got a bigger problem. Because even at the beginning, remember he said it was sort of the beginning of the conversation. Let's take that as true. Let's just say it was 8:34. 8:34 that he sees this. Now think about it. If it's 8:34, 8:35, 36. The car comes, a garage door has to open. Do the mental math. A garage door has to open. He's seeing this. Sharon had to walk in. Tommy can't run her over, so he has to let his wife go into the house. And then he slowly came in. He said it was hard for him to get out. The garage door closes. And what did I ask Mr. Bartlett? How long after the garage door closes do you hear something? 25 to 30 seconds. Do the math. He also tells us something very interesting, Mr. Bartlett. He says that he's been around, that's what he said. And when he heard blasting, he told his friend, I heard blasting, and he got off the phone. What time did he get off the phone? 270 seconds later, from 8:33:36. So you're looking at past 8:38 when those gunshots happen. Well, now you got a problem. Because we know if it's 8:38 and at 8:44, that's 6 minutes and about 50 seconds. What happened to their 11 or 12 minutes? It got destroyed. Why did they think it was that important to tell you that? Because it was necessary for them to prove their case. We don't have a burden of proof. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't have to make these arguments. I don't need somebody like Mr. Tomchak with all his talent to stand up here and show a witness and prove to you. Doubt everywhere. And again, when you see that, I ask you, what was the purpose of it? Why did they do it? What was the necessity to do that? Was that fair to Thomas Randolph? Was it fair? I suggest it was not. And so, here's a slide on Mark Bartlett. 8:33:36. He's on the phone. Gets off the phone at 8:38 because he heard the shots. That's proof positive. That's how the state's case fell apart right in front of you. Let's look at what really happened. Concentrate on what really happened. The truth behind it. Who's Mike Miller? Who is that human? Well, I'll tell you
On
one
trial.
thing. I know one thing. This man, you know what? Before I move any farther, one thing I did when we picked you, I owned something. Talked about being obnoxious, politically incorrect. Just no filter. And there's no way I'm taking it back. Because who's he? Some of the things that were said, just obnoxious. He has no filter. There were things that were said that just shouldn't be said. Sometimes he's rude. And I would suggest he's born that way. He's always been that way. And he's that way as he sits next to me. But there is no instruction that Judge Jones gave, not one, that says you convict a human being of murder because you don't like it, because you think he's offensive, because he says things he shouldn't say. We don't convict people of murder for that. But who's this guy? Who's old Mike Miller? Well, we know state, they admit that he's done it. They do say Mike Miller murdered Sharon. He's a thief. He's a murderer. And how do we know he's a thief? Because remember, he had that driver's license, didn't he? Michael Hoag's driver's license. Michael Hoag's stuff. He had it in his pocket. So we called Michael Hoag, didn't we? And you saw Mr. Hoag was.
Still can't figure out why.
But he still had a right to his stuff. And if he's, I don't know, strung out or falling asleep on the Greyhound, he still had a right to his stuff. How did it get in his wallet? Even the detective said, well, maybe maybe he took his wallet. He actually said that. And it makes me wonder, why Detective O'Kelly, 60 witnesses, but you don't interview Mr. Hoag? But Mr. Hoag talked about, didn't he? 2 detectives, 2 people coming to see him and asking him these questions years ago. What was that about? I would suggest the state of Nevada doesn't like that information, because what it does is it shows you something. If this mastermind over here, he's the director, what did he also do? Oh, well, when they find you, I'm going to need you to be looking like a thief. So why don't you put somebody's fake or somebody's identification in your pocket? We also know he's a thief, too, because Corey Thompson had a cell phone. And Detective O'Kelly told us, I asked him, don't tell us what he said, it's hearsay. Was there any connection between Corey Thompson? No. He stole that, too. What about that cosmetic? Did I say that right? Cosmetic? Or was it costume? That cosmetic costume jewelry ring he had in that left pocket. Now, I don't know people's finances, but I would suggest there are a lot of people that would be very proud to give that ring. So I don't think the state of Nevada has a right to tell you something that is obviously false. I don't know, maybe you think that ring is worth nothing. That ring is valuable. It looks like gold. It looks like diamonds. And it looked like something that a lot of ladies could be proud of. A lot of husbands, boyfriends, anybody, lovers, could be proud to give to somebody and say that's theirs. And to have police say, oh, that's costume. It's cosmetic. And they won't back off from it. Well, did you appraise it? No. Do you hear the way, it's a gold medalist looking thing with some clear glass kind of things. That's not fair, because they know what Michael Miller's done. I'd suggest to you that what happened in that house, Michael Miller was packing everything up. I would suggest you use your ordinary common sense with that cocaine man, that he saw it. Maybe Mr. Talker over there is like, oh, I just look at this ring. It's very valuable. Maybe Sharon showed pride in it. And he saw it that night. He put that in my pocket. and he loaded up his stuff, being the burglar he was. One thing I just can't wrap my mind around is the state of Nevada keeps saying, why would he do it on that day? Why would he do it? Why would he do it on that day? They were gone for a week beforehand. They're going to be gone for a week after. Why would he do it that day? It seems so obvious. If he's house-sitting and has house-sitted in the past, he has a key. Who's going to be the most obvious suspect when he's supposed to be house-sitting or away? What did you hear without contradiction in this trial? That Thomas Randolph had taken money out that day and that he missed the turnoff, and that Michael Miller knew he had a lot of money. Michael Miller's not a well-planned out human being. He does things with opportunity. Somebody was sleeping, I got that. Somebody's phone, I got that. That was the day he could be in and out. Burglary only takes 5-10 minutes. Anybody who knows that should know that. It only takes 5-10 minutes, especially when you know where the things are. And he's perfectly fine. He's probably got another 15 minutes in there because they're going to watch the movie. But they came home and they interrupted a burglar. And this is what happened. Let's look at what the evidence is. You see, that shoe is very important too, that Reebok shoe. It came out of a bag. Because why on earth Michael Miller is doing, got his change of clothes, don't know if the girlfriend's out back, don't know if somebody's a getaway driver. And how do we know that? Because of the great interview that was done with the girlfriend. You remember that? I asked Detective O'Kelly, did you talk to the girlfriend? No. What kind of car did she have? Huh? Really? Really? This is his girlfriend. Remember, she's going away with him to Florida or California. He's coming into money. And what did he say? I'm done with that guy. That's what he told you. But you look at that evidence up there, and you can see a lot of different stuff. You see the jewelry. What else do you see also? We'll get more to that little dent there, okay? The dent. Do you remember? There's another one. Prosecution asked the witness, are there any dents on the refrigerator? Now, I think the prosecutor's going to say, well, I meant this side or that side. Yes, there's a dent. Let me help you answer the question. There's the dent. Oh, look at it. Are there any dents in that? No, no dents. And then we showed it to him. Yes, there are. Again, if we're not doing our jobs, which again, what's our job? Nothing. We get to sit over there and do nothing. They have the burden of proof. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And then they say things like that. And if we're not paying attention, people may be back there deliberating, going, there's no dents on the fridge. There's just no dents. Yes. Never. Why are we having to do this? Why are we having to look so hard to show you what's really happening? Is this really fair? Is this really what the state of Nevada should be doing? Telling you there's no dents when there is? Telling you 8:30 when it's not accurate? No chest compressions? Michael Miller's clothing. There is something very confusing about this mask. The mask so obviously came off when Thomas Randolph said he bumped into him. He couldn't have said it more. And if you actually watch the walkthrough, watch Detective O'Kelly keep moving away from where Thomas Randolph actually says. Thomas Randolph says multiple times, I bumped into him. Something happened with his mask. Something happened. He even says, I think it did something to his eyesight or something. He just got it caught. If you look at the mask, it just got knocked off, so he took it off. When I asked Detective O'Kelly, why would he take off the mask? That was what was asked of him. What would be the purpose? Oh, now he's killed the person, so he doesn't have to worry about identification. I want you to think that through. I wore a mask in a house because I'm going to kill this lady, and I'm going to shoot her in the head, and then, okay, well, now I can take it off. She can't identify me. What were they going to come, like, who shot you? That made no sense. He's a burglar. He has to worry that when he leaves, there are cameras, there are people who could see him. He can get over a backyard, down the street, change clothes. It's obvious. Why is he wearing gloves? You know why he's wearing gloves? He wears gloves because although he's been in that house, he knows his hands shouldn't be on a safe. He knows he's ransacking and that there's jewelry boxes. He can't have your fingerprints on those. So he wears gloves. Simple as that. There's his left pocket. There's that pretty ring.
Looks like a washer. Looks better there, but
Cosmetic. Costume.
he still doesn't know which the right word is.
There's Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
There's Mr. Miller's wallet, maybe. Mr. Hogue's license, card. Michael Miller's a thief. Why are all the facts saying Miller was a thief? He's got the ring in his pocket. He's got jewelry in the bag. He's got masks, gloves. And look at that bag of jewelry he was getting out of there. They made a big deal about there are no shots in the hat. It doesn't make any sense. There's no shots in his shoes. Why is he wearing those cowboy boots that Sharon gave him? Because maybe he's worried about footprints in there too. And this will show that's not me. But who knows what's going through that guy's head? You know, when you talk about the mind of Michael Miller, you're talking about somebody who's a bad human. Because I would suggest that, this is just my argument, there's an instruction saying use your ordinary common sense. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. This is what I'd suggest. That violent behavior and crime are associated with...
Counsel approach.
Ooh. What's he reading here? He needs more water. Can you get some more of that free water? There we go. Maybe get one of the bailiffs to do it. Did they swap water with the defense? The closing, they're putting a lot of effort into it, but I think it's missing.
Ordinary common sense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This man had cocaine in his system.
He lost again.
You decide for yourself what that does to you. You decide for yourself. A lot of you have lived for a lengthy period of time. I would suggest
we have some older jurors.
to you that, well, let me say it this way. I think it was Detective O'Kelly who testified it is a plight on our society, didn't he? That's what he said about cocaine. He said that, I asked him. It was a plight on society. And that's exactly right. This man had used cocaine. This man had a reason to run because he was going to go with his girlfriend. And we know that for a number of different reasons. Look at the jewelry, and you see it scattered around. So apparently, I guess what they're suggesting is that Thomas Randolph put that there to stage it. And then again, he's so clever, he also, well, let me stage this correctly and pull a few pieces out and the shoe out. It doesn't make sense. It's a frenzied scene. And the frenzy is something very, very important in this scene. Whose DNA is on those bags? Michael Miller. No, Thomas Randolph also touched those bags. DNA, Michael Miller's. That's not cosmetic. Those coins Those coins may very well be valuable. I would argue you look at them carefully. If you can blow them up, you look at them carefully. They may be gold or silver. What do I know? But I know not to call it cosmetic without an appraiser. Inside the bags. Look at that.
Ooh, star wipe. Did you see that? That was amazing.
Before I go to this slide, I want to talk to you about something. I really want you to think carefully about what I'm going to say. If this is a plan, assume it is. Assume for what I'm going to say now that they're right. This is a plan that he has made up. Okay? Michael Miller shoots Sharon right in the back of the head in this plan. Like, just drops her. She didn't see it coming. It's like a hit. Right? Why, if Michael Miller then takes off his mask, oh, high five, got the job done. Now what do I need to do? Make it look like Joe? Yeah, go on your way. Good job, Michael. As soon as insurance comes in, I get you the check. And Michael Miller walks away. And Thomas Randolph says, yes, he already did that in round number 1, and comes up behind him and shoots him in the back of the head. When the police come, he's like, oh yeah, this thing happened, and then Michael Miller ran right by me and I shot him. But that's not what happens. Do you see my point? What happened was frenzied. The shooting of Michael Miller is frenzied. If he was double-crossing, if Tommy was double-crossing Michael Miller, there shouldn't have been a frenzied attack. It would have been easy for Thomas Randolph to do the same thing, shoot him in the back of the head. It would have been so simple. Or to shoot him right in the chest. Well, what happens instead? You have a person running around. That shot through the elbow is frenzied. The shot's in the head. It's all over him. Because it wasn't double-crossing. Because it's exactly what Thomas Randolph said. And, you know, if you look at that crime scene diagram, it's really important. Look at it carefully. Because I tried to point out, you see, when Tommy came in, he sees Sharon, he realizes something's wrong, so he pops into that room. That's what he said. He said it all along. But once he goes in that room, you see, Miller couldn't see him. And that's why Miller had just committed a crime. Miller had just committed murder. Miller threw that gun down. Why would he throw that gun down? Because it's a murder weapon now. He just meant to steal it. And he couldn't see Thomas Randolph. So that's why Thomas Randolph explains that Miller's coming down and they sort of bump into each other. There's another thing I really want you to concentrate on. I really want you to think about. Maybe it's gone by, or maybe I just looked at this case too focused. Why, if this is a setup, did Thomas Randolph go get the .22 and take it away and throw it away? Why would he do that? It's a setup, right? He tells Miller, you shoot my wife with a .38, right? You shoot my wife with a .38, and then I'm going to double cross you with a 9mm. Why wouldn't he take the .38? Why did he get a .22? And then he appears to think that's the gun. He even says, I got it and I threw it in there by the garbage can. Why would he do that? Why would he just not get the .38? It makes no sense. He killed my wife with a .38, but he gets it wrong. He gets it with a .22 because he doesn't know. These are all indications he has no idea. Detective O'Kelly tells you that the Millers are missing gloves. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Millers. Billy Miller was, he was agitated. But the Millers said something very important. They said in their first interview, within hours, and by the way, he wasn't missing for 3 days. Vita Miller said, I just saw him the day before. Billy's sitting right there. I understand Billy is angered, irritated with me. But they say something important. The police say, hey, you don't have a ski mask with like some holes in the eyes. And they both say, oh yeah, we'd be missing it. Billy Miller's like, I got one of those. And Vita says something very important. They actually use the term, Mrs. Miller, have you seen a mask like that? Yes. When was the last time you saw it? December 2007. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did Michael Miller move in that house? Christmas Eve. All of a sudden, they lost themselves a ski mask. I wonder what he was doing with that. And they were missing a pair of cotton gloves. Now, Billy Miller got upset about, prove it, he told me. So I had Detective Kelly say, did he say it? Yes, he said it. They were missing gloves. Gloves and a ski mask. What a coincidence. Have you realized what a coincidence this mask is? Now, who was excluded from the mask? The mastermind over here. The mastermind over here who supposedly threw it down, his DNA isn't on it. He was excluded.
I don't recall specifically what the DNA said. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can remember the DNA evidence as you remember it to be from the DNA analyst.
I think 1 in 4 people could be included on the DNA on the mask.
Thomas Randolph, I would argue, and I am positive, was excluded from that mask. Excluded. And Michael Miller was included 1 in 4. Not a high number, but only 1 in 4 of the population. In other words, 1 out of every 4 people in the population could have made the DNA they found. But Michael Miller was included in that.
I think the defense is right on this one.
Randolph was excluded. What a coincidence, isn't it? That there's a mask with 1 in 4 DNA that it's Michael Miller, laying right next to Michael Miller. Vita Miller tells you, yeah, a mask like that went missing December. Billy Miller agrees, and Detective O'Kelly told us the mask wasn't recovered. What a coincidence. No, it isn't, because I asked Detective O'Kelly, you know why you didn't find it? Because the mask's right there. He didn't seem to dispute it. Remember yesterday? Detective O'Kelly was sort of like, yeah, that's the mask. That's the mask. He stole the mask, too, because he's a thief. He stole the gloves. He stole the mask. He stole the ID. He stole the ring. He stole the cell phone. It couldn't be any more coincidental. Because what is he? He's a burglar. They never located the mask. And there are the gloves. Clear as day. Why is he wearing gloves? Because his fingerprints can't be on those jewelry boxes. Or is he just dressing up to play the part and then going to run out of there? Who would have ever seen it? There's no video in there. Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Why? Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Because that's exactly what he is. Where was the getaway? Don't you ever wonder that? How is he going to get away? He's got these bags of jewelry, gloves. How is he going to get away? I'd suggest to you that we probably don't know the answer. Maybe he was going to steal that Pontiac in there. Maybe he had somebody waiting. How did he get there? They looked for a bike. They couldn't find one. And then we also notice, don't we, the medical equipment on there. Why is that important? Mr. Tomchak showed you that in the beginning. It's very important because they're trying to tell you that crime scene is preserved. All it takes, as I've been walking around this floor, if there's some marble on there, I'm probably going to kick it. You bring 5 of me, we're definitely going to kick it. And they've got paramedics in there, which they should have gone in there. But to then start saying, this is where the cartridge was, that scene was absolutely a nightmare in terms of preservation. You had to have noticed that. It's an absolute nightmare. What they did was fail to preserve this scene. Gloves, mask. And look at the mask. You'll have it back there with you. Look at that really weird thing in the mouth. Okay? It's like, looks like, I don't know. It looked like fishing line, but I don't know. But it reminds me of what Billy Miller told us, told the police, that the mask he had a big mouthpiece. And I can't do it because I can't tamper with evidence. I can't tamper with it, but I always wondered if it was undone, would it have a huge mouth?
He's wanting the jury to do this.
It's coming from. Tommy Randolph was excluded off the DNA. We know what happened. Cash, jewelry, guns, prescriptions. He knew where they were located, Mr. Miller. He knew. That's what he was going for. And he's going for him that night. Maybe he needed a fix. If it was low, maybe he just needed himself some drugs. Ransacked. You see how they fought us on ransacked? It's not ransacked. The house is not ransacked. They kept telling you that over and over and over. It wasn't ransacked. Yes, it is. And there's going to be something very, very important we're trying to tell you about that scene. Remember, we're talking about how Sharon's blood was into the carpet. What we're saying is that once she was shot, it would be almost impossible to get over her to get in and to ransack. The only reason we're saying that is because it shows that what happened in the master bedroom happened before she was shot. And so we know it has to be Michael Miller. It has to be. And how is that not a ransack? He just got caught in the middle of it. He knows what to look for. He's got jewelry, but look at this. Look at these drawers. Look at the jewelry. Those were shells that are pulled out. And I don't want to concentrate, you've seen that, but you see how, I'll get off that, but you can see how there's no blood prints. Remember, I talked about that at length, because it's not like somebody stepped in it and then started to go back in to start to burglarize, but steal things. It happened beforehand. It tells you what was happening. He got caught in the act. Michael Miller got caught in the act, and when Sharon came home, he shot her. He threw the gun down. It's obvious. It's plain as day. There's no footprints. Jewelry was taken before Sharon was shot. Here's the truth. See, this is not the words of Tommy Randolph. These are somebody else's words. Michael Miller was coming into money. How's he going to get it? He's going to steal it from the Randolphs. Then he's going to move to Florida or California with his girlfriend, who we know nothing about. And he's never going to have anything to do with Randolph again. Don't take my word for it. Don't.
Now, if I understand you correctly, you said that Mike said that he was coming into some money and he was going to go with his new girlfriend and they were going to move to Florida or California. Remember that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And Mike also told you that he was going to have nothing more to do with Mr. Randolph. Right?
Right.
Just so I understand that. Mike's saying, I'm not going to have anything more to do with this man over here, right?
Right.
And I'm going to come into some money. I'm going to move with my girlfriend to Florida or California. Right?
Right.
That concludes cross-examination.
There's your motive. It's right there. That was his own end. State's witness said it. I just asked the question. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph, and he's leaving, and he's coming into money. It was so obvious what the motive is. He stole the mask, he stole the gloves, he's getting out of town, he's going to rip them off, he's got a few hours window. It's obvious. It's obvious. I want to keep reminding you of something. If there's any one of you, if you're back there in deliberations and say, when that lawyer, Chris Orm, got up, I can disprove, or I think he's wrong about that. Okay. I don't have a burden of proof. I don't know how many times I could say that. In our country, the state of Nevada has a burden of proof. States all over the place, all over our states, all over the United States, and the federal government have the burden of proof when they bring a person to trial, to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, where the defendant has to do nothing. If we haven't shown reasonable doubt here, no, I suggest it's overwhelming the doubt.
Now, if I understand you,
they told you in opening argument, the prosecutor, the scene doesn't add up. Well, no, it doesn't. Not for their case. It most certainly doesn't. That scene doesn't add up. Who came in and cleaned it up? They had a week difference where they come back and find cartridges. Randy McPhail That was the crime scene analyst. Maybe it'll refresh your memory because Mr. Tomczyk said, you've got a reputation when you were working there as perhaps the finest that could be. And what did he say? He even admitted, like, that crime scene's screwed up. He has all this stuff above 5'8", blood and brain matter. And Mr. Tomczyk, he said something funny. I thought that was really amusing, this part. Mr. Tomczyk started talking about he's 5'8" at his eyes or something along those lines, and Mr. McPhail said, oh no, he's 6'3". And when they were saying it was not higher than 5'8", I kept thinking I am more relevant than they are, because if I was cleaning, that's where to be. About 5'8", cleaning. They didn't go up higher. Whoever did the hazmat, they just see this, and they cleaned it. They cleaned the walls. They cleaned the walls. You see, they cut away the material. And then they come back in, and they're, oh, look, we found 2 cartridges. Therefore what? Therefore you screwed up the crime scene? They didn't even have to. What about that safe? Do you remember when I showed you the safe yesterday? And before I forget, you know what I was pointing out about Detective O'Kelly pointing up at all those arrows? Colleen was holding her child. What are those arrows? What do they depict? Blood and brain matter. What is showing? Think about that picture. It's in evidence. We put it in evidence for a reason. What are you showing? Look. What are you showing? This was a screwed up crime scene. They didn't even take a picture of the big safe. They tell you it's not ransacked. How do they get away with that? How is it not doubt? How is all of this starting not to add up to terrible, terrible doubt? In fact, I don't have any burden of proof. And I don't want to say it. I think we proved he was actually innocent.
I think.
If you want to find him guilty of being a cheater, adulterer, guilty. He couldn't shut up about it. Tells the police, but he doesn't hide it from anybody. Don't tell your wife that. It's rude. He does. He tells the police that. They don't have to find out. Oh, yeah, look, listen. It's not nice. And that's why he's guilty. If you're a cheater and you're guilty, or you're obnoxious and you're guilty, that's so unfair. He may be those things, and you may not like it. But I suggest to you that that's innocent. We don't have to prove it. If you disagree with me, we don't lose. You have to say that what I'm saying right now is false, beyond a reasonable doubt. It was obvious. You read that reasonable doubt instruction. Remember that burden of proof.
We're going to end the poll here for the
It wasn't
guilt and
evidence the
innocence.
first day. Look at that rug. See, Miss Weckerly, fairly, I really do congratulate her when she said that. I thought it was very fair on Miss Weckerly's part when right now in her closing she said that Thomas Randolph said the door was closed, but she did say, you may remember, she said in fairness, he does say that thing in the walking through. For that, and to Miss Weckerly, I congratulate her. I think that's very fair. That rug shows you something. That door had been propped open, and you can see that place had been cleaned. They contaminated the crime scene. They let so many officers into that crime scene. Look at the people at the scene. Officers at the scene. Before I go any farther, Miss Weckerly said, well, you heard from the first responders. I thought we heard from one. I thought we heard from one first responder. We didn't hear from all these people. Do you see that one? If you could just pay attention. He entered the garage.
Noah Nelson
Look at all those people.
entered the garage.
Look at them.
It's a big list of people who
Scene
didn't go in.
Clean. Hazmat crew came in. Cleans all the blood. Cleans up to head level. Mr. McPhail, highly respected man, said so. Detective O'Kelly, he said so. That crime scene's so damaged. And actually, I suggest the crime scene matched what Mr. Randolph said. You know, War Hero walked in here yesterday. Don't know if that, after cross-examination, yeah, you be the judge. War Hero. Did you have, yeah, Bronze Star with a B. That means for heroism. And what I would ask you, did you believe him when he recounted the story of why he got that medal?
Did you believe him? Because he said, let's recount it, that what I presume was Taliban was coming. He said he shot a shotgun. Remember how trained he was? And he said it was the strangest thing because he didn't hear it.
Are we
He didn't
acquitting
hear a
for
shotgun.
America here?
He said, that's strange. I didn't hear the sound of the gun. He said he killed the guy. And then he realized, oh God, I can hear gunshots. He looked down between his legs. He saw a bullet. And then the other one went by his right ear and he turned. He said, remember he said, I get out of tunnel vision, like his training. And he looked and there was a man coming through a hole with an AK-47 shooting at him. And he shot and killed him. And what I thought was interesting is he repeated that story. He repeated that story. And then he came on the witness stand and repeated the story again. And then he sort of turned to Judge Jones and said, I could actually still draw the hole. Do we call him a liar or a war hero? I mean, I wonder if you give somebody like us the pictures of that wall and say, you're telling me there was Taliban coming through that hole? There's a hole in that wall? What, like a nail? What are you talking about? Did you not believe him? He was telling you the truth. I would suggest that man was telling you the truth. There was no hole in the wall. There was no hole in the wall. None. But he believed it. Because he told us that there are distortions. He said there's distortions. Audio, visual, time. And I talked with Detective Mogg about officer-involved shootings. This has nothing to do with officer-involved shootings. Hopefully you understood what I was doing. These are trained officers, and look at the psychological impact and effects that it has on them. It could show signs of depression, tension, agitation, irritability, and fatigue. You feel detached and numb. You may feel emotional reactions that include confusion, impaired decision-making, loss of judgment, slowness of thought. More common reactions are fear, anxiety, anger, rage, blaming those responsible for the outcome of the case. This is what trained police officers feel.
The plane is running out of fuel. He's circling.
And so,
He needs to land. He's all over the
when the
place.
state of Nevada wants to pick on Thomas Randolph for where he's standing and how many times he's shot, be aware that's not how they hold their own law enforcement. We don't hold our own law enforcement to those standards. And can I borrow that ruler? Great, thank you. I want to. This is 36 inches.
It's a yard.
So remember what I did with Detective O'Kelly. I asked him, I said, well, tell me from where Thomas Randolph comes out of the room. And by the way, before I continue on with this, I want you to concentrate. You watch that walkthrough.
Squirrel.
Thomas keeps saying, as he came out the door, he describes it, the guy goes this way. And Detective O'Kelly, for the life of him, can't accept it. He keeps moving the other way. Now you're down here. Just listen to what the witness is saying. Let him recount it. Because what he's doing is he's dragging him, come down here, and then I can really prove you wrong. You watch that video and see how Detective O'Kelly does it. Well, yesterday with Detective O'Kelly, I said, from that doorway to that place where Mr. Miller's heels are, how far is it? 5 or 6 feet. Well, that's double that. Okay? That's double that. Do you know in Mr. Randolph's interview with Mr. Mogg and Mr. Hardy, they asked Thomas Randolph, how far was he from you when you shot? He says, here to you. And Detective Mogg said, so about 3 feet. So if we know it's 5 to 6 feet to where his heels are, Michael Miller's, and that's where Thomas Randolph is, that's 3 feet. So he's saying that the guy is about 3 feet from him. Now, Michael Miller is 2 feet. He's that far from the garage door where he fell.
Show us the yardstick.
How close he is. That first shot is in the left side. I don't know what the state's saying. Left side.
Show us
Oh,
the
this is a
yardstick
big deal.
again. We need to see this.
Left side, right side, shot in the top of the head from somebody on the second floor. No, shot right there. People move. Some people love collegiate wrestling. People are moving. When you watch wrestlers go, you watch UFC. They're moving all along. And when people are moving in terrible
UFC bingo.
combat positions, they're doing things, they're moving their bodies. Shots can go in an elbow, shots can go here, shots can go there, and that's what you see. That shot went through the left side and it stayed inside him. That's the one. Remember, the detective had seemed to not know that because I had to show him the autopsy. That bullet went in. I would suggest that's the first one. Don't know, you can't recreate it, but it makes a lot of sense. The one right on, it's Thomas Randolph's in this firefight. Boom! Right, he gets him. Whatever position they're in, whatever, you can't tell. But it gets him, it stays inside. That's why it does it through and through, and it doesn't make any kind of mark. The door is already open. He starts to run. And just like there's not a hole in the wall, he's just talking about 3 feet. And when he's saying the angles on a head, maybe he's still leaning up. He's not dead, and he's leaning up. Maybe he's falling onto the fridge. Maybe he's holding it. We don't know. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but that's what happens. There's no video, so we don't know. But we're talking about 5 or 6 feet. Why, if Thomas Randolph wanted to make it up, didn't he just say it happened in the garage? Why, if he shot him in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage in this big conspiracy? Why didn't he just say it? Why would he make that up? Why would he make up this fire extinguisher? I do not know what the relevance of this fire extinguisher is. I do not know why we've had to spend so much time fighting against a stupid fire extinguisher. I asked Detective O'Kelly, somebody murders your wife like that. You could shoot him I'd shoot him as many times as I want. I could do more than that, and I would. Who cares? You have a right to defend your wife. You have a right to self-defense. So what difference does a fire extinguisher make? Other than that's actually what happened. He's saying it was a nail on the wall. That's not what it was. It was on the refrigerator. Who cares? It's a red herring. It makes no difference. But boy, are they talking, there's no dust mark on the refrigerator. Well, then take a picture of it. Don't tell us that. It doesn't make sense. And you look at the bolts on that fire extinguisher, there's 2 of them. Everybody can see that. But what's the point? What do they think he did? Do you think they pulled it off the wall, bashed it on his head? Well, he could have done it if he wanted to. But that's not what happened. He just said he got scared. They seem to have abandoned the light, haven't they? They really made a big deal about the light when it turned off. When I was able to show, when I cross-examined Detective O'Kelly, we even saw a video today. He pushed the button when he went out. Why would he go get a neighbor? Why would you go get help? Because you're scared. You don't know what's going on. You're apprehensive. There's a hole in the wall. Okay? So, and he said Michael Miller was going to push it. He just turned on the light, and when it turned off, all he's saying is it scared him. What difference does it make? Why is he making it up? It makes no sense. If it happened in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage, why doesn't he just say it? Why does he have to cover it up? Does it make a difference in a self-defense? Does it make a difference? It makes no difference whatsoever. So why does he have to make a big deal? Why he's making it up? Why? Do you see the point? Why? If you shot him, if Thomas Randolph shot him in the garage, just say it. I shot him in the garage. I chased him. I got shot. Boom, 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 boom. Why not? It's not a problem. Shoot a person in the garage. Just murdered your wife. They're not even going to argue that's not a thing. The state will not stand up and say that his actions, if he is innocent, like if he had no involvement, that there's something wrong with that. They won't. They're saying it's a conspiracy, that he had planned this. But I ask you, why does he lie about that fire extinguisher? Why does he come up with this ridiculous thing about the garage? Just say it. Makes no sense.
Yes, please go back to the.
That's the height of. That tells you, you think of smaller people.
Think of the smaller people, guys. Think of the smaller people. This is how far off this PowerPoint he was.
After they decided Tommy is involved, do you remember how quickly they rushed to judgment? They rushed very quickly. Detective O'Kelly said, I was suspicious. Even in the briefing, I was suspicious. And then when I heard Detective Bogg talking about it, I was suspicious. They focused in on him, and that's why they didn't interview the girlfriend. Because they focused in. There's your guy. And he didn't do the job. They failed. Entire cleanup of that house. People walking in and out for a week. Why did he identify that wrong gun? Don't you see he identified that Thomas Randolph did? Thomas Randolph took a .22. It doesn't make sense. He thought it was the murder weapon. He thought it was the murder weapon. It was a .38 caliber. And it's pretty unfortunate because I think it was just, I know it was just a mistake, but the prosecutor put up the .22 and says, there's the murder weapon. It's not the murder weapon, which is a big point of ours. Why would he do it? He did it because he didn't know. He didn't know. He thought it really was the gun that was used. Guns. As you look at that scene, this makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. I need to talk to you about some of the other witnesses that play a role in this case. I want to talk to you for a second about Tony Beam. She said something very valuable because you're wondering, they made a big deal out of Thomas Randolph said, I tried to call 911 and it wouldn't work. By the way, look at the pictures of the 911 on the face. It's 9114. I think if you listen carefully on the 911 call, you hear a push of a button. I think it's Randolph pushing the 4. The only reason I'm saying it to you is it shows he's nervous. He's something wrong, 9114. He called through to 911, but at some point he pushes a 4. Tony Beam said on the second day of trial, it was a company called Vonage. This is her describing how she talked to Sharon. It was a company called Vonage. Remember that? Yes. Sometimes when you talk to Sharon on the phone, the call would drop. Yes. And what happened? And that happened several times, correct? Yes. That was a thing you knew about talking to her and that phone, that the Vonage service in that house would go out, right? Yes. He's just saying the same thing Tony Beam said. Tony Beam also said something very important. She said that she talked to you about where you were going that night, being Sharon. You knew Tommy had been to the bank, yes. You knew he'd withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank, yes. And then he was going to...
We're going to approach again. State sites, we're objecting on behalf of the jury. This is... Oh my goodness, the tangents this guy has gone on. I think there was about a 5-minute period where he did not finish the sentence. He just went from one sentence to some other idea mid-sentence, and it just jumped and jumped and jumped and just did not conclude any single thought. We still didn't hear about the lights.
This is going to be Sharon's state of mind. This is what Tony Beam said Sharon's state of mind.
He won this one. He won this one.
She talked to you about what they were going to do that night. Yes. You knew Tommy had been to the bank. Yes. And that he had withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank. Yes. And that he was going to put it in another bank.
It was a hearsay
objection. He told Gino Kelly in 2008 he was going to put a large amount of money in the bank. Yes, because that's what Sharon told you. Yes. I'm using that for Sharon's state of mind.
That's how he gets around the hearsay.
He had money in the bank. And before I forget, they're going to try to talk about finances. There's some motive. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I can still remember something very distinctly at the very first day. Some of you probably weren't here on the first day of jury selection. Who here has insurance on life insurance? And I remember it was a sea of hands going up. Everybody seemed to. And the reason I say that is because if that person dies, whoever the beneficiary is, has motive. If you're married and your wife dies, you have motive. That's why oftentimes in a homicide of a husband or wife, the first person they look at is the other person because they immediately have motive. If I die, my suit will go to my wife. She has motive. She's going to get my suit. Maybe some other things too.
Yeah, what's in your pockets?
Lots of people have motive. Lots of people have financial motive. If you think about it, if you really do the analysis I'm saying, almost every single one of you, if you think about somebody closely associated with you, you got a nice, you got a nice necklace. If somebody kills you, I got a motive. That's what I did. And a lot of people in our society use your ordinary common sense. They have weird motives. They kill for almost nothing in our society.
Look at the judge's chair.
People have motive. It doesn't mean anything. He had a natural motive. Those life insurances were coming from 2006. You're saying that he's a mastermind for 2.5 years or a year and a half or whatever time that is? Oh, I'm going to mastermind this. And I love the way this was presented constantly. Thomas Randolph got life insurance. No. Sharon got life insurance. She's the one that has to go and get, she has to urinate in a cup, she has to sign it. You look at those documents. That's her getting it. That's her protecting somebody that she loved. And just because a will gives, hey, I want to give something to my daughter, doesn't mean she didn't want, if something happened to her, Thomas Randolph, to have something too. That was her who did that. And that is not, why isn't it $1 million? You planning this for 2.5 years? And then you're going to find Michael Miller? A year and a half later? No good deed goes unpunished, I tell you. I heard what a weird relationship this is. Why? Why? You can't give anybody a chance? If you have somebody who maybe makes less money, maybe you're a rich person, you have a landscaper, you can't be kind to them. You've got a pool lady, you can't be kind to them, you can't befriend them, you can't have all of a sudden, I like the Raiders, you like the Raiders, I like the Montreal Canadiens. You like them too. So you become friends. What is the real reason? Is it age? Is there something that really bothers you about this relationship? What's so weird? They say it's weird because he met him at a gas station. It's not like he met him at a gas station and then hid. This man came to Easter dinner. This man fixed the pigeon problem at Colleen's house. And the inconsistencies of some of the state's witnesses in the beginning were dooming him. And what I mean by that, the prosecutor told you in the beginning there was a roof project and nothing got done. Well, Michael Byer, he confirmed that, didn't he? Nothing got done in the roof. And then it was Victoria who came in and said, you know what? He claims he has a bad back, Thomas Randolph, and he was up on the roof, and Miller was right by there. I'm like, okay, so he's doomed because Michael Miller and him aren't doing anything on the roof. And then another witness comes in and says, oh no, they're on the roof, and he has a bad back, so that proves he doesn't have a bad back. Well, then he's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't.
I wrote a song about that. I'll sing it
There
to
were
you
other
one time.
things like that. Billy Miller said, he didn't pay him, he didn't give him anything. Yet I hear today, oh no, he's paying him. Why was he paying him all this? Michael Byer said he gave him $300 to clean the garage. I would have cleaned the garage for $300. So is he paying him? And that makes him doomed? Or is he not paying him? And that makes him doomed. It was inconsistent, all in a way to harm him and make it impossible for him. I heard so much about how that man was not loved by Sharon. Well, actions speak louder than words. Actually, that's what my wife says all the time. Actions speak louder than words. Where did they go the week
The
before?
tone she uses when she
They
says
went
that
to Arizona. They went to Utah together. They went to Utah together. Why? Maybe we could just use our ordinary common sense. Because they love each other. And they were going to Utah to help his hurt father. His father had a stroke. And what did Thomas tell the police about that? She was wonderful. Actually, I moved my father into a better place because of her suggestion. And then, who was spending Mother's Day with her? And apparently that was upsetting some people. Because she chose, having been with Thomas Randolph for a week, to spend Mother's Day with him and walk out holding his hand. Why? Because she doesn't love him? And then they were going to go the next week, and the next day, where were they going? Back to Utah. See his parents. Actions speak louder than words. We can say all day long she doesn't love him. Even the tattoo that was mentioned in the place where some people would have their bikini. Okay?
But other people have their bikini other places?
That, well, she got a tattoo and that was, How do you know that? Maybe she really loved him. And maybe they were very close. And you can say he's all of these things, but she married him, and she loved him. And there's no divorce proceedings. He has a place in Clearfield, Utah.
Her Lifetime Products is based
put
out
up
of.
finances as though it was a forensic accounting, looking at everything. They just put in some finances. It doesn't prove anything. It absolutely proves nothing. Those are the guns, just for your edification. That is the 22.
Guns for edification. These are edification guns.
You can see it wasn't fired. Why did he? That'll always be a mystery. You see the one fired? That's the bullet that killed Sharon. Any targets on the wall? Not much. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense or in defense of an occupied habitation, or a person against one who is manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence. Michael Miller committed a crime of violence. The state agrees, I agree, we all agree with that. Or against any person or persons who manifestly intend and endeavor in a violent, riotous, or surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person is not the original aggressor. Thomas Randolph was not the aggressor. Has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used. That's Thomas Randolph's house. He had a right to be in there. And is not actively engaged in conduct in furtherance of a criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. Thomas Randolph, that instruction tells you the law. They have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that that's not what happened. If evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find the defendant has failed, the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am almost done. If you could indulge me, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything, because I won't really forgive myself if I do, so I'm just going to look at my notes really quick. Okay?
Trying to help him calm down just a little bit, get his thoughts together with the big finish.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm almost done. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary, unless the contrary is proved. That's your reasonable doubt instruction. That tells you the burden of proof. They have to prove what I'm saying to you is wrong beyond a reasonable doubt. I ask on behalf of my much more talented and charming co-counsel, Watkins County. If we didn't show you doubt, what does reasonable doubt look like if it wasn't shown here? What does it look like in a courtroom? If you will all follow your oath, it's a duty to your country that you're all doing to your society. Judge Jones says, follow the law, look at the evidence in here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Thomas Randolph is not guilty. They didn't prove it. They didn't prove it. It's a part of perspective. Our perspective is he didn't do it. Look at the law. I urge you to come back in here. I urge you to look at the things the state of Nevada did. They're going to stand up in rebuttal. I won't be able to speak. Look at what they've done. They made a mistake. They were wrong. They were wrong so many times. Come in this courtroom, whether you like Thomas Randolph or not, and deliver justice. The verdict should be not guilty to all counts. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take one last break, and the state has an opportunity to give you a rebuttal argument, and then we will begin the deliberation process. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication.
Okay, as she reads this, just got breaking news on the BK trial that he waived his speedy trial, which means BK will not be going to trial this year, or probably even next year.
Investigation, test, the theory of the case, recreate,
Whew.
or any other way investigative
So that cancels our Idaho trip.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:45. We'll be in recess till 3 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so they're taking a brief break. Let's see. Let's cut over to here. So we're looking just at the courtroom wall. So wow, we need to return the plane tickets. Yes, and the palace that we rented in Idaho as well. We'll probably have to see if we can cancel that and get some money back. It looks like we're not going to Idaho, unfortunately. BK Brian Koberger, that was this is breaking news that we're just getting right now. Thank you, by the way. I think Amber provided this for us in the mod chat for me. Let's see if we got the details on this. It's the trial that was. This is coming from John Webb, who's with television. John Webb TV is his Twitter. He says Koberger's trial, scheduled for October 2nd, has been vacated. Koberger waived his right to speedy trial. They will schedule a trial after the September 1st hearing, which means it's going to be way off. Okay. I was hearing sounds. I'm like, why am I hearing sounds? And I'm hearing Brandy in my right ear because I'm watching her on my other iPad. All right. I'm going to have some unused travel credits if I cancel, probably about $1,500 worth, which I can apply towards a cruise to just about any destination. I'm sure someone will call me and inform me of that, as they usually do. Joe in Ohio, thanks first of all for calling today, and thanks again for now becoming a member. Congratulations. It's good to have you in green with the courthouse by your name. Welcome to the club. This is a fun community to be a part of, and I think you'll find that you're surrounded by friends here. But you're one of us now. You can't leave, and we like it that way. Never buy non-refundable tickets to a trial, says Gail Pett. VC says Sarah Boone News. We covered Sarah Boone News this morning as we read the latest letter from her lawyer, who was asking to be let off the case again, and gave a list of reasons, including the fact that Sarah Boone would not be happy with any lawyer and is better served representing herself. Let's see. Buffer. Look at the second picture. Second picture tweet, starting with Judge John. Let's see. Judge says they're having issues with juror selection. Judge said he was asked to be a juror. He asked defense and prosecution if they're okay with him remaining the judge and not participating as a juror. Both agreed. They selected the judge to be on the jury for the case he's presiding on. Hello, Idaho. Just to let you know, usually you don't do that. Wow. Okay. My name is Judge, not Juror. Crazy. Okay. So we've got. We're going to do a quick poll here while we're waiting. We still have rebuttal time from the prosecution. Honestly, I think it's going to be shorter than we saw with the defense, but it's rebuttal time here. We're going to start a quick poll, and we're going to ask, how long will the jury deliberate? And I completely spelled that wrong. Deliberate. There we go. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing?
Hey.
How long? What are the options for how long should the jury deliberate? Less than an hour. No, this is Brandy. You can hear talking right there. We're going to say 1 to 4. That'd basically be today, right? Well, 1 to 4 hours should be the rest of the day.
I think pretty much long enough to make you late for your meeting.
Yeah, that's long enough to make me late for my meeting, she says. Let's see. Just 1 second here. 1 to 4. Let's do 4 to 8. That will put us into tomorrow, which is Thursday. Or we're going to add a final option. Oh,
I'm taking it. He's talking out loud. I'm just going to let him fill that out and read your stuff. The prosecution has a lot to rebut. For real, I don't know what they're going to rebut. They're going to be like, this is a yardstick. Let's rebut that. Or if they're going to get into, like, which part are you going to rebut? That was a little wild. Okay. I mean, they have 50 plus instructions to read through. That is true. And that takes a long time.
Okay. Read every answer before you answer, please, on this poll. Take your time. Read every answer. and choose the appropriate. All right. Ann Taylor says she plans to file a motion to remove cameras from BK. You know, I don't know if that'll win. I don't know if that'll win. Because once they've seated a jury, I don't know. I don't think that'll win. I don't think that'll win. I think they'll have the same thing they have currently. The end of day, they'll release the video. All right. We have heard the last. We have heard the very last, almost the very last of the defense. Ann Taylor is BK's lawyer, by the way. She's a firecracker. She's a good one. And when he got that lawyer assigned to him for defense, he won the lottery as far as public defenders go. Some of you are saying wearing the brows for weeks are going to be what we're going to be stuck with. The jury's going to deliberate forever. Is Zoe still there, or did she leave in disgust? I think when the defense started speaking, she left. I don't know. That was the most bizarre closing I have ever heard. I've heard of scattershot. You've heard of it like a shotgun approach where you try to just hit everything. He tried to hit everything and missed everything at the same time. He started ideas. He started saying about the lights. They abandoned the lights, and he said, "Let me tell you about those lights." And then he went back to the fire extinguisher. And he's like, "I'm not sure why we're talking about the fire extinguisher," but he did twice. He was everywhere. He's saying, he's checked his notes to make sure he got everything. He is going to go back and watch this, and he's going to cry in his pillow tonight when he sees just how scatterbrained he was on this whole approach. Let's see.
So I haven't actually watched any of this. Do you feel like they proved it? Because that was his big thing. He was like, they didn't prove it. We don't have to prove it, and they didn't do their job.
My meeting starts at 7. I'm wondering. I don't think Brandy has her eyebrows on yet, so I'm not going to join yet. But I'm getting ready to put mine on because I don't know. As soon as they're done with the rebuttal, we're going to put the eyebrows on, and I'll be over there. Poll for who would do better at closing, Bean or Josh? I hope Josh does a closing because he did an amazing open. Amazing open. I hope he does the rebuttal. Sorry, not Josh. Sorry. Pardon. I hope the male DA does the rebuttal because he did an amazing PowerPoint on the opening. I would have liked to see Josh do the closing on this one just because I think he gives a more convincing, passionate delivery, whereas Bean, and when he's giving the delivery, Mr. Oram, as we should call him, it's dramatic. It's drama, but it seems injected. It seems false. It doesn't match the narrative, and it's so scatterbrained. He's thinking so much about his delivery and his performance and his tone and things like that. He loses the thought process of what he was trying to say. So I would have liked to see Josh do the closing for Tommy. He was throwing spaghetti at the wall. Lots and lots of it. Motorcycles going by. Will they start tonight or tomorrow to deliberate? I believe they'll start tonight. I believe we'll get some deliberation time in tonight. Are your eyebrows waterproof? They say they've been treated with something. Mrs. Ari says they look like Brillo pads. They look like... I can't show Brandy. I have to check and see if she's in here first. Just 1 second. She's not here, so we're good. They look like this. Is that...
Don't even take them off. Just like glue the whole thing to your forehead.
Mrs. Ari says don't take this off. Just glue this whole thing. I could like cut out the eyes and just wear the mask. Just pin it to my forehead like this. He does make them look really good. Am I going to the meeting tonight wearing verdict eyebrows? It depends how permanent they are when I put them on. If I discover that, see, there was a time when I had to wear one of those little heart monitor things where they put those little pads all over your chest, and the adhesive they use for those pads First of all, they didn't tell me to like shave my chest hair first, which they probably should have done, and I probably wouldn't have done because, I thought, who does that? But at the same time, if they had told me, at least then I would not think badly of them like I do now. But they stick those little pads. They're basically a rat trap glue, those sticky traps that catch mice and rats. It's that, and they just stick it to you. Well, that's if the eyebrows are made out of the same stuff. I'll be trimming them down to size and wearing them till they fall off because that hurts so bad to take those things off. It would be awful. Brandy's getting her brows on right now. Okay, I'm watching. If she's going to do hers, I'm going to get mine ready as well. Did I miss that? Okay, I'm checking. Yep, she's cutting them out. She's getting ready. I'm watching hers, so I'm gonna be getting mine ready as well. She's got her eyebrows out. She's cutting out the ones she's gonna wear. I've got her live stream going on the side, so we'll be all right. Let's pull this up here because we're waiting for Court to come back. We've got less than 5 minutes, and just so I make this clear, let me just make sure because I only get one shot at this, right? The eyebrow, right now it's like pointed up, but I think I'm supposed to put it on like as if I'm looking at the dude and take his left eyebrow and put it on my like left hand, stay on the same side so it goes upside down. It should arch, right? Not like go up. I've never done brows before, so you guys, if you steer me the wrong direction, I probably will put them on wrong. I've got to have my eyebrows on before I portal in. It's the brow watch. No, up. They're supposed to go up like in the picture, so it would look like this. One up, one down. How much space do I leave? Does it I mean, I could probably do a unibrow. The brows go where you wear your bikini. Yeah. Keep them yes, like in the pic. So up. All right. Either way, we're going to close out the poll really quickly to see what you guys think as far as the jury deliberation time. And it looks like, let's see what the winner is here. 4 to 8 hours, 45%. I think it's going to take half a day. 1 to 4 hours, 38%. Less wearing the eyebrows for weeks is 8%, and less than an hour, 6%. So no quick verdict here. You guys have learned your lesson. Just like they are in the pic. Have you seen the movie Dune? The eyebrow will make you look like... For what? I've seen the movie, but I don't remember the guy's name or even how to pronounce it. Let's see. How do you get a Scott emoji? Oh, is this the... Nice. Okay, we're going for the Koberger brows. RA is panicking about his brows. People are ratting me out over there on the channel. Okay, so up it is. We're going to put them on up, which means I have to take this one and go on like that, right? So it's going to go straight. I need to switch cameras so you can see this. Okay, so this eyebrow right here, this eyebrow is going to go on this eye, right? This is, okay. So once I put these on, they cannot come off. They can't come off. I don't know how to do this. There's a little paper backing on it that's, this is like rat trap glue. This is super adhesive. I swear I'm going to lose skin when these things come off. This is going to be, okay, and it's definitely up. And the camera.
Is that correct?
Okay. Oh, this looks so good. I'm doing a good job here. Okay. Doesn't feel like it feels bigger than the adhesive. It's going to be like almost a unibrow. Well, this one just fell off. Like, I'm not sure if there's enough adhesive. It just like dropped off at first touch. Okay. Let's see. How's that? I feel like I need to twirl the ends like a mustache. It's a little high. Ow. Mm. Okay. Okay, we've got. Is that?
Our chat is
I
spying on
think
you.
they're working. Oh no, Brandy. Brandy's here. Brandy's here. I'm getting set, Brandy. I'll be over in just a minute. We're going to be right over after rebuttal. Brandy, thank you very much. We'll be right over. I've got the link. It's all set to go, I think. This one. Do I spin the ends? I feel like I need to like braid my. I mean, the color wise was perfect. I nailed it on the actual. It needs them a little closer together, I think. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, we're ready. Just stay on. Just stay on. If I lose one, it'll be bad. Okay, where are we? Are we back in court? Almost. Timer's up, so we should be back. All right. All right. Placement is spot on, says Holly. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I could not do this without you guys using you feedback. It's like a mirror. It's better than a mirror. It really is. It looks very natural, says Tammy. Good. That feels good. It feels good. We'll be joining Brandy in just a little bit. We have the portal actually like pre-warming. We're warming it up. We're going to power it up just as soon as defense is done, and we'll be good to go. All right. Why am I thinking Beauty and the Beast? Joe. I hesitate to ask which one you think wore it best, but possibly I don't. It matches the goatee. That was the goal. We were trying to get the salt and pepper. Actually, I think there's a little more black in the eyebrows than I have in my goatee. I need a little more salt up here, but we'll get this. They're really on there. They're really staying, and I'm sort of happy and not happy at the same time because I just gave him a little tug and it pulls at the skin a little bit. Adam says can't tell. Did he put them on yet? Soon, Adam. Soon. Just prepping everything. Go say hi to the neighbors. I've got a. Oh my goodness! Check the burner phone. Let's see what's up. Oh my goodness! I got a ton of notifications. My phone doesn't recognize my face right now. It normally will unlock here. It's saying, nope, you're not the right person. Let's see. I've got an audio, but I can't play that right now. Oh, wow, great pictures there. I think Mrs. R.A. is currently searching for divorce lawyers. I don't know why, but no, I don't know. She knew I was going to do this, but she would never obviously stoop to this level on her YouTube channel where it's quite dignified all the time. They look like gypsy moths. I wish I could just do one eyebrow, but anyway, court's back, guys. Serious time. Let's listen to rebuttal here, and then we'll portal over. Stay off my lawn.
Please be seated. There's all President. All right, we are back on the record. The seat 250966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. For the record, that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney. Deputy District Attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties taking into the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Chairman, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready, you can begin your vote.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you at the very beginning of this case, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. And now that you've seen all the evidence, you can see how difficult it was for Mr. Randolph to try to pull this off. Because when you looked at all the evidence, now that you've heard it all, it is abundantly clear he completely failed. He completely failed. Why? Because his story doesn't add up.
Thank you, Pamela,
it doesn't
for the super
add
chat.
up with what you see physically at the scene.
Very generous. Thank you
It
so
doesn't
much.
add up in the manner in which he discusses his wife. It doesn't add up with how he treats his wife. It doesn't add up when you see the insurance policies. It doesn't add up when you start thinking about his relationship with Michael Miller. None of it makes sense if you're painting the story that you're the victim. But in this story, he's not a victim. He's a villain. He has hatched this plan to get rid of his wife, get out of debt, go off with his girlfriend, and take $332,000 and a home. That was the plan. But he got caught. The credibility of a witness. This is a really, really important instruction. You should consider someone's manner upon the stand, their fears, their motives, their interests, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength and weaknesses of their recollection. And here's the best part. If you believe someone has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which isn't proved by other evidence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, when we start evaluating the statements that he makes in these walkthroughs, is a problem. Because it's not proved by other evidence. It's contradicted by other evidence. It's repelled by other evidence.
That instruction deals with witnesses on the witness stand, not the defendant's statement to police.
I can move on.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that instruction does deal with the credibility of the witnesses who testified before you.
So, what does he have to say about himself?
I'm a cocky fucker. Always have been. But I'm also really nice and generous. I'm reasonably honest.
He's reasonably honest.
I'll match that R.A. Ralph on. LOL.
The defense closing claims
Thank you, Kim.
that the shooting happened just as the defendant said it did. Well, let's take a look at this. This are the shots that Dr. Gavin explained to us, right? What we can see here, there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We don't know the exact order, but what we do know is this. When you look at shots 1, 2, 4, and 5, they all come on the left side of Michael Miller's body. And here's what's really interesting, right? So make sure I don't forget my left and my right. So you got this first shot, right? It's coming in from the left temple. See, I'm doing it wrong again. It's coming in from the left temple, and it's going across the head and up, right? From the left. You got the second one from the left side, and it's coming straight down, right? You got the fourth shot, which is coming in the left side, and it's lodging in his abdomen. You got a fifth shot that's penetrating through that elbow and through the forearm, and it's coming out in this direction. And then lastly, you have a third shot that's entering up an abdomen to the right, and it's going essentially straight up in the air like this. That's really, really important. The directionality of these shots. Why? Watch where he says he is, and watch where he says Miller is.
And as we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him. Boom, boom, boom! He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom! And he's just laying there. Just laying there now.
So, you've seen the other videos where if you're in the position of Mr. Randolph kind of standing in that doorway, he says Miller is across from him. He's facing this direction. If we're at a diagonal angle here, ladies and gentlemen, where is my left side? It's here. If you're shooting from this angle at me, how in the world does shot number 1 go through my left temple and up in the air? That's not a thing. That defies physics. Look at shot number 2. If I'm standing here at the left and there's an initial volley of shots, how in the world am I getting shot from up here and it's coming straight down? That's not happening either. Look at shot number 4. If I'm standing at this angle and I'm being shot here and it's lodging through, how is that bullet curving? What is this, like JFK and the magic bullet? It's not a thing. It defies physics. And then look at shot number 5. That shot is actually coming from the back of the elbow and out.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate
the only other shot that actually direction-wise works is shot number 3. It's here, except it's going straight up towards the ceiling. How is that possible? The answer is it's not. It's not. It just isn't. And just looking at this, we know what he said makes no sense whatsoever. But, again,
Thank you, Shark Snack.
what direction would he really need to be? Think about it for a second. What does he say happened? He says, oh, he's walking away from Sharon. He turns towards me. I push him, and then he's kind of moving this way. And then maybe ultimately, once the fire, he kind of turns and starts making his way. If all these shots are on the left, with the exception of shot number 3, you know what direction Mr. Miller has to be looking to be hit by any bullet if he's in that doorway? He has to be looking at Sharon. He has to be looking at Sharon. That's how you could maybe get shot number 4 if he's looking at Sharon. But here's the thing. It didn't happen the way he said it happened.
Thank
It
you,
happened
Cody.
in the garage.
Thank you,
And
Britta,
he
as
didn't
well.
tell the police how it went down in the garage. He concocted this story. Words matter. Words matter. And his words don't add up.
And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, boom, boom! Except the door hadn't come down. It had stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. Boom, boom!
So let's look at that shot, right? In this version, Miller's on the ground. His feet are going back towards Sharon. You've seen the photos. You've seen the pools of blood. Miller's head is kind of right in front of the fender of that car, right? But if you look at, he is saying that's when he does the 2 headshots from the fire extinguisher. We'll get to that, right? That's what he says. So if you've got a left shot going up and across your head, but your head is here, how in the world, if he's at your feet and he's shooting like this, how does he do that? He said he's on the ground. How is that possible? It's not. It is not. What he said happened did not add up. That makes no sense. Is it a dynamic situation? Yeah, probably. When you double cross the guy who he thought, hey, I'm going to get some money here, they're probably hanging out of the garage and he just double crosses him. So is there some dynamics in the garage? Absolutely. But here's the thing. We don't know because he didn't tell that story. He invented this other thing that doesn't add up. But the last headshot is left in going down. If Miller is lying with his head by the fender, how is that possible? He says those 2 headshots are done on the ground. Not while he's falling. Remember, because the fire extinguisher scared him so much that he did a couple more finishing shots. That gunshot, if Miller is truly on the ground with his feet towards Randolph, with his feet towards Sharon, that bullet is coming back towards Tom. How is that a thing? It's not. Why? Because it's not true. It didn't happen the way he said it happened. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first little step that you can look at. It's not a little step. It's a huge step where you can move towards, we have proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Just by taking him at his word. Taking him at his word. He's already guilty of this. And the ski mask. There's a lot of talk by the defense about, oh, look at the linen and the tying and this and that. Maybe it really is, maybe it is just the one that the Millers described that they had. Don't miss the forest for the trees. Here's the deal with the ski mask. He says it's perpetually on until the very end. He notices it off in the aftermath. But this is what Randolph says.
I was actually in the room, and he came in and kind of bumped into each other, and he had the mask down, but it wasn't on. You could tell it was black because it wasn't all the way down. It was like maybe to here or something. Maybe it pushed it up.
Maybe to here.
Thank
Maybe
you,
to
Samantha.
here.
Thank you.
He's not saying it's draped on his shoulder or it's sitting right here at the top. He's saying it's down at least here. He says, I can recognize him because I can see the chin, but the mask is here. Think about the 2 headshots. One's coming down and the other one's going across. The mask should catch those shots. But they're not there.
I might have pushed this mask up because I'm taller when we came in here.
Well, you'd be pushing it down, though, he's short.
Pardon me?
You'd be pushing it down, not up, right?
Well, I'd be pushing it kind of sideways. I wasn't like knocking it off or anything with my hands.
Probably hit him in the back of the head. Could you tell it was Mike yet?
I knew it was Mike because of his chin.
You exposed
But
him.
I don't know if he had his mask on then. It seems like he still had his mask on then.
He had his
Seems like
mask on when you were backing away, right?
Yeah, he had his mask on there for sure.
Well, when you're back here, and you squared off on him, you still have his mask on?
Yeah.
Okay, and then when he went, between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he's still got his mask on.
I think so.
And as I remember, the mask wasn't all the way down. It was like rolled up one roll to about right here. As I remember, but
And that's the point, folks. That mask is on during this firefight. Using his words. He notices it afterwards. To be fair to him, he says, after it was over, I did kind of notice it lying next to him. But he never described in any of these interviews like the process of removing it. The state would submit to you that what happens is this. Miller wears the mask so he doesn't have to be face-to-face with Sharon. Using your common sense, and that's an instruction. You don't have to leave that at the door. There's something called guilt, right? There's probably, and think about, here's something, you can give it whatever weight you want. But remember Michael Byer? What he said at Easter time, which is a couple days before this all goes down. He said it looked like Miller was thinking about something or concerned or something was right. He's literally, think about that. Miller's literally sitting, breaking bread with this woman that he's about to execute. Think about that for a second. Could that be a reason why you wear the mask? And then think about this, right? Then once the job is done, it's like, great, I can pop that off. I got my baseball cap that I actually always wear. I got my change of clothes because this isn't really a burglary. I'm just lying in wait for this woman. So he takes the mask off and then he double crosses it. And that's why it drops by the side of his body. That's why there's no holes in the mask. Because he's not wearing it when he shoots him. They're probably just chit-chatting. So the real question on all the mask up is, where are the bullet holes in the blood on the mask? And if the answer is they ain't there, that means his story ain't true. Facts can be inconvenient sometimes. And they are stubborn. And there's no getting around this.
You messed up the quote.
That is a problem for the defendant. And there are even more problems. Here's one. Defendant's story about 911 locating the gun near Miller versus the actual 911 call regarding locating the gun near Miller. Let's take a listen. Here's how he describes it. Him talking to 911 when he finds the gun near Miller.
And I'm talking to the guy, and I said, I don't see the gun. I says, there's some bags of stuff here. I says, there's my bag. I says, I'm in the bags, and he's got one of my bags, and it's the bag that is in there on the living room table. That, I think it's a Walmart bag. And he says, well, find the gun. It has to be in there.
Find the gun. It has to be in there. There's my bag. Remember, a lot of back and forth going on. He continues.
And I went over here looking to see if I could see the gun, and about that time the timer went off on the garage door, and it just went black in here, and it just scared the living hell out of me. So I got back about right here and just kind of stepped real big because I knew he was over there, and turned the door back on, turned back around, told him I couldn't find it. He told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him, and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see if he was laying this way. It would have been this hand. It would have been this hand. Because he was laying something like this, but on his head, and when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was in His hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the I think by the wood part on it, and brought it in here, told the guy I got the gun. He said, throw it, put it somewhere in another room where it's safe, and lock the door. So I locked the door, except this is a lot faster.
Right. What a story. I look down. Here's my bags. It's in the bag. It should be there. You got to keep looking. I don't know. I'm going to step over. Oh, the light. He's still on the phone. Can't seem to find it. I got to step back over him. Oh, 911. You should nudge him over, but carefully. Okay, I'll do it. And then, I dig down and there I found it. Right? That's the story he chose to tell. Wait for it. Let's actually listen to 911.
I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun. She don't seem to be moving, and I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah, I got it. Okay, then focus on your wife. Put her flat on your back. I'm going to lock the garage so he can't get in. Okay. Sir, he's going to do this quickly. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere.
Does one sound a little different than the other? Absolutely. They're not even close. That's not even close. There's no back and forth. There's no encouragement from 911. None of that. It didn't happen. Which brings me back to what Ms. Weckerly said, the unreliable narrator. Because literally, it's a house of cards. And it's literally collapsing. Every time you start to fact check him, it's a problem. It's a problem for him. That didn't happen. What he said happened in the walkthrough is a fantasy. It did not happen. And I would submit to you, I don't think this distinction is what their defense expert would suggest as being like a slight deviation. That's huge. But it sounds good, right? It sounds traumatic. It paints him as the hero. You've got to find that gun, sir. You can do it. And I found it. Yay. That's the whole deal. But there was something else he said in there, which I don't know if you guys noticed. He said something about the gun. What he said was, I'm going to get my gun. You may not have noticed it, but we're going to play it again. Now, what you need to understand is timing. Context is key. At this point in the phone call, he calls and says, my wife's been shot. They transfer FD to do medical. And then he offers a suggestion of, instead of me doing CPR, maybe I should go find this guy's gun. Right? He doesn't know at this point what gun it is because he hasn't located it yet. Right? He hasn't located it. But listen to what he says before the search starts for the gun near Miller.
I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun.
Whoa! My gun? My gun? How did he do that? How did he know?
He keeps handing notes to his lawyers like they can do something, but they can't.
She don't seem to be moving, and I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah, I got it.
I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that he knew it was his gun because he already knew the plan. It's a slip. It's a slip. And that's why it's hard to try to plan the perfect murder, because you never know. Just like not knowing that Bartlett would be outside, kind of listening for his shots. But it's like the slip about the keys in the safe that Miss Weckerly brought up. Remember, he takes the report and he's like, oh, he's got my house. How would you know that? The report's not telling you that. But you magically knew that? You knew it because you gave him the keys. Take these safe keys. I know where that gun is. And that's the slip. the shopping bags. The defense, in their opening, made a huge point of emphasis about the shopping bags. And the state totally agrees. It's really, really important. But not for the reason that they think. Right? They take a look at these bags and go, ah, that's how you know he's a murderer. He wanted the jewelry. Right? Look at those two big bags. Filled with stuff. Jewelry falling out of it. There's literally jewelry on the toolbox, right? Her watch is there. It's a lot of jewelry. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at scenes and pictures of this house, how did it look? Did it look tidy or did it look a mess? The state would submit to you, that is a really clean house. Far cleaner than mine. I mean, it's almost like there are things stored away, but everything's kind of put away. But what we have here is a bunch of clothing that don't belong to Sharon and Tom, and all of her jewelry sitting out right by the doorway. So here's the thing. Look, there's more jewelry. Here's the deal. If those bags are right at the doorway into the house, and they're filled and overflowing with Sharon's jewelry, why doesn't Sharon say anything about it when she walks in? Right? She walks in the door, she goes, hey, what's all my jewelry doing here? Why didn't that happen? And here's the other thing. Why doesn't the defendant say he notices those bags too when he walks in for the very first time? The state will submit to you. Oh, one other thing to remember. Remember the walkthrough. The defendant says Miller has nothing in his hands in the hallway. Here's the video.
And he didn't have anything in his hands, right?
In his hands?
Right. Did he have anything in his hands here?
No, he was not.
So, those bags, if you believe his story, they have to be there before. So the burglar, decided that he's going to leave them in the closer garage, even though he came through the back door. He's going to put them in the garage for some reason and leave them there. And then Sharon's not going to notice it, and he's not going to notice it. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. The state would submit to you if either one of them innocently walked in and noticed a pile of their belongings and jewelry spilled out in front of the door, they would have been like, yo, what is that? I'm not going into the house. Maybe something's afoot. But that didn't happen. But the state would submit to you those bags were not there when Sharon walked in. The state would submit to you they were never in the garage when Sharon got home. But the state, and here's the thing, that we would argue that the defendant staged the shopping bags. That's what they said in their closing. We disagree. That is not our theory. Here's the state's theory on this. Miller's carrying those bags into the garage after he killed Sharon, and he's walking into the garage with the defendant. And then he double crosses them. That's what we submit to you. The bags appear to be dropped and spilled out because he's caught unawares. Just like the hat's on the ground. Just like the shopping bag's on the ground. Just like one of the shoes has fallen out. Because he's making off with the stuff. Take the jewelry, we'll stage it like a burglary, we'll say somebody came in, he's like, cool, cool, cool. And they're just walking out to the garage. Because that wouldn't be the normal exit point. And then he double crosses them. That's how the bags get there. Here's something. The defendant changes where each revolver is located, depending on whatever interview you're listening to. So, he creates two different locations for the gun near Miller. The first interview he says it's up in his pants, and in the walkthrough, it's actually up by his left hand.
I went through the bag, looking for the gun, so I didn't see the gun. As it turned out, he was, I guess it was up in his pants or underneath him anyway. He'd fallen on it. And
he told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there. Or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him, and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see, if he was laying this way, it would have been this hand. It would have been this hand, because he was laying something like this, but on his head, and when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. It
he wasn't holding it, but it was his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the,
hand.
I think by the wood part on it.
Those are two different locations. They couldn't be more different. He also creates two different locations of where he discovered the .38 that killed Sharon that night. Here's what he says in his first interview.
Check on Sharon.
So you go up and you check on Sharon?
I tried to roll her over, I tried to talk to her. I bent down and asked when there was the gun was there because I bent down on it. It was laying somewhere in that vicinity. And
near Sharon?
Near Sharon, yeah. I was actually pretty close to her because my knee was on it.
He says that he bends down on his knees and he's close to Sharon and he feels the gun next to his knee. That's what he says in that interview. Watch what he says in the walkthrough. Oh, well, there's a continuation of this.
Okay, and then in the music room, there's another revolver.
That's the one that was right by Sharon. When I went down on my knees, I could feel it. And that's the one I picked up. And I got a little 22 mag, and when you put it on safety, you turn the cylinder.
So, now listen, just 1 week later, listen to what he says here. Now remember, this is the area where Sharon's body is, right? Her head's kind of near that doorway, and that's the general area that she is. Listen to how he describes now discovering the gun.
And I remember the box was under here and it was slick, and I tried to push the box like that back, trying to get the leverage. And there was the other gun, another gun laying right here. And I picked it up, and I don't know why for sure that I was gonna check it to see if it was loaded. And I don't know why, because I know guns better than this. I don't know revolvers that much, but I pushed the revolver, the button of the cylinder drops open, and I'm thinking more like a safety button or something. But anyway, I just pushed it, and I could see that the cylinder was starting to come open. So I just closed it back and just threw it back, just dropped it right there, and started doing the chest compulsions, compressions.
Those are two different locations. Again, it's not consistent. And it's strange. But he mentioned something earlier in that video. It's kind of a nice segue. He talks about moving a box. He says, I'm moving a box. And when you look at the video, you can go back and check it. He's moving a box, which is really near that bloody area to the left of Sharon. He says, I'm sliding. He says, it's slick. Right? And he says, and I move that box into the drum room. If you go back and watch it, he slides a bloody box into the drum room. Well, folks, that's the state of what the blood looked like in the drum room. You will notice there is no transfer there. And where's the box? There is no box. There's the gun. But there's a box of food, but it's on the opposite side. And if you notice, it's not covered in blood. There's not transfer there either. These facts are totally wrong. The fire extinguisher.
There we go.
There's a lot to do about the fire extinguisher. So, why is this significant? Listen, it's the defendant that brings the fire extinguisher into the equation. He states, that's the reason why I have to shoot him 2 times in the head. It's for that reason. I don't know why the defendant says that. Maybe he thought 2 more headshots of a guy on the ground was excessive. I don't know. But the problem is when you start to fact check, that's where problems happen for the fire extinguisher. This is a super tidy house, so they've been leaving, presumably, there was no indication this fire extinguisher had just fallen off the wall bracket, but there is a fire extinguisher bracket there. There is a screw kind of hanging out. You have witnesses. You can evaluate their credibility, see if they're making that up or not. You had 2 witnesses talking about it, but they're documenting it. The state would submit to you, I don't believe the Randolphs, if there really were loose things on that garage floor, or they're just going to leave it there. If truly that thing fell off months and weeks ago, they probably would have just thrown it in the trash. But the state would submit to you, that's not what happened. I guess maybe Mr. Randolph thought the 2 headshots is just too much, So now I have to come up with something to scare me to make me do it. So he comes up with the fire extinguisher. The problem is it's affixed to the wall. So he pulls it off the wall, and when you look at the gap, if that thing is really hanging on the wall, you would seriously have to tilt that fridge all the way over just to reach it, and then all that other stuff is coming down. The fan, the crock pot, all that stuff.
Sidewalk chalk.
Go look. Just look. It's just a common sense. You look at it, and that's why it doesn't add up. And then you've got, look, Dean, Detective O'Kelly kind of does the banging thing. Sure. Is it an inexact thing? Yeah. Give it how much weight you want. But the purpose of he brings it in, and the state would submit he brought it in to, I guess, sort of justify doming him twice in the head. It just doesn't add up when you actually kind of look at the surrounding evidence. And it goes more to his credibility than anything. Did the defendant actually call 911 3 times? No. Here's what he
came
says.
back over and didn't have my phone. And it keeps falling off of me. I come back through here and
Dun 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 dun. Doing the James Bond.
just kind of, just didn't know what to do and just kind of looking around. And I dialed 911 and the phone didn't work. And I remember saying, fuck, what a time for Vonage to go out.
So his first explanation is it's Vonage's fault, right? But he actually changed it just a couple sentences later.
Came back out. Come through here. I tried actually about right here. I take it back about right here. I tried 911 again, and it was busy. When I called 911, it was busy.
They're always
so I
busy.
said, good, it's not Vonage. And I got back over here where I could kind of see everything. And I called 911 again, and that's when whoever said 911 and said, slow down, you're breathing too hard, slow down, whatever.
He was breathing too hard.
What's the emergency? And
so, in his first breath, he's blaming Vonage for it. In his second breath, he's actually blaming 911 dispatch. That's the reason why you're hearing from people affiliated with 911. To explain to you, there was no mass event that would have caused a busy signal. But one of the things that we did collect, and it's in evidence, and people did testify to it, but you didn't quite see it, but it's on the CD, is we actually have the Vonage records. And look, there it is. He dialed 911 once. It's 18 minutes long, which is consistent with that 18-minute 911 recording. It's in UTC time. You see it says 3:44 on the 9th. So if you go back 7 hours, it's going to get you, or maybe it's 8 hours, depending on the time of year. It's going to get you to 8:45, right? Even look at that, right? If it's it's 3:44, right? 8:44, right? So that's what's there. So do you see multiple busy signal calling, missed calls, nothing like that? And you'll see in those records, like sometimes some of those calls are a second long, right? So the bottom line is he didn't call 3 times. He didn't. He called once at 8:44:54. So, interesting thing. Defendant's also inconsistent on motives as to why Mike would go there on that night. One example is this.
Hey, what's the plan if you broke into your house? This was leaving the next day, and I figured the Mexicans did it.
Okay, so he was going to do it to blame the Mexicans. But you could have broken into his house either the week before or week after and still blamed on the Mexicans, right? In theory, you could, right? What's so unique about that night that really makes someone go, ha-ha, it's Mexicans that are doing it? Nothing. That makes no sense, right? And here's the thing, and Ms. Weckerly kind of nailed it. If you're trying to make it seem like a stranger did it, you forcibly break into the house. You don't use the keys. If you're trying to blame it on a stranger, you don't use the keys. That means it's an inside job.
There's apparently non-junkies out there that'll rob your house and shoot you for $300-400 worth of cheap-ass guns.
So now he twisted it, right? Now it's, Mike is the non-junkie. He will shoot your wife to steal cheap-ass guns. If that's the theory, Why does Mike abandon the 38? Oh, I'm there for cheap-ass guns. I'll leave one behind right next to this lady. That makes no sense. That's not true. The reason why he's there is because the one thing that was going to be there that night, that isn't there the week before and is not there the day after, is Sharon. Because you get her out of the picture, and $332,000 is coming in. And that's a lot better than cheap-ass guns, and it's a lot better than that bag of jewelry. Miller went to the home on that night because Sharon was the target. He also admits in those interviews that Miller would have no motive to kill her. He says that in the interviews. In this case, the state would submit to you that Miller acted on behalf of his co-conspirator, the defendant. Here's another thing. Was the defendant withdrawing money that day or depositing money that day? Let's check the tape.
Did you go to jet ski dealer?
Yes, I went to go to the jet skis because that's what I told him. I'm taking some money out of the bank and just looking to buy jet skis.
Okay, so on May 9th, he's like, I've already taken money out and we are going to buy jet skis.
So, back to Miller. Well, I mean, help us out here. Is there anything
I can't tell you
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I did. I took 20 grand out of the bank. I had 20 grand transferred there to Utah.
Okay, so on these two statements, it's I have money already out of the bank, right? I've got the cash on me. But
no, I was going to go get 7 or 8 grand out of cash, and Mike's been with me when I've been there, and I get the cash and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom. You know, get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to borrow money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
so you never made it to the bank?
Didn't make it to the bank, no.
So he switches it in the very same interview. He says, well, actually, we're going here to withdraw $6,000 to $7,000, but we don't quite get to the bank. Which one is it?
Because we had reservations for 6:30. So I missed the bank, but I was going to get it $6,000, $7,000 or something out. And I brought the total down because I was going to buy a jet ski, I think.
Sounds good.
I was going to go run around first and see if it hurt me too bad. But
so, do the bank records reflect that? At least the ones you have before you? He's got $815 in his Washington Mutual account. He's got $2,297 in the joint account. Where was he going to withdraw $6,000 from? Where? Check the records. They ain't there. And then we know from the Experian records, he's already in the hole 84 grand. The state would submit to you, they spend the day together to get the plan straight. They ain't buying jet skis, they're not doing bank withdrawals, they're getting ready for the big night. And here's a motive, ladies and gentlemen. Defendant's financial situation is dire. I think their own expert witness said that money is a clear motive to kill someone. Even he gets it. Here are the assets in his joint account. I made a little kind of chart here for you to kind of see. Take a look. In May, that's that starting balance. At the beginning of that month, it's $1,000. It ends by the end of the month with over $2 grand in it, almost $2,300. But like, if you look at month after month, like they're not making a ton of money jointly. Look from October. It's like $1,100, $1,000, $1,400, $1,300, $1,100. They don't have a ton of money. Here's his Washington Mutual. It starts like gangbusters. There's like 117 deposited, but literally by the time in August of 07, but by the time you get to April of 08, that encompasses her debt. Like he's only got $800 in there, and then by the end of the month he's down to $15. He does not have a lot of money. And here's the outstanding debt. And you can look at that by just counting it up in the Experian records. $84,808. That's a lot of money. So, add to the fact that Sharon has a gambling problem, that's an additional motive to get rid of her. She is costing him too much. He did not sign up for this.
So Sharon, she owns a lot. She owns a lot.
A lot is, for me, a lot is $20.
There's that laugh.
I just $20 worth of blood, and that seems like a good deal when I'm not stuck up here. But $20 and all.
What did she, I mean, what's a normal day at the casino for her?
Until, well, she maxed out all these new credit cards that she didn't have, that all of a sudden she has, and
With you on them? Is that your house?
no, I learned that early on. One of the times I left her was over that.
It even says in there, he's left her before because of money issues. Look, and here's the thing. On this account, he's not wrong. I mean, she gambles more than arguably the average person. In the last month of her life, she put $23,000 into a slot machine. That's a lot. It's a lot.
In coins.
But she had $41,000 in her IRA, and the first year I didn't go do taxes with her. And this year I did, because we found out we had to file jointly. If we didn't file jointly married, we was really going to get fucked. And if we filed jointly married, we just got fucked a little bit. And I don't like getting fucked at all. And I found out that she spent $19,000 out of her IRA this year and won $1,500. And last year she spent the other $21,000 and won $17,000, I believe is what they said.
And he's explaining, like, this is having tax consequences for him. And he's just discovering this. These are motives to not want to be with her anymore. And what I was saying, and there's a portion of that interview where he gives her like another $5,000, like he gave Lizzie $5,000, and then he felt bad about giving her, so he gives her, and then he's like, and then she burned through that too. Like, if there's a point he complains about. So the bottom line is, like, Sharon is spending too much money, we submit, according to the defendant. And here's the thing, other family members talk, like, Sharon's not the best with money, and Sharon does gamble. But at the end of the day, that is a motive for him to want to get out from under this. Especially if at the other end of the rainbow is $332,000 in a house. Right?
I don't care if you're in the IRS building. I still don't want to talk taxes with you guys. This year I found out, because I was legally married to her, that all of my Social Security counted, as did hers. So this year, instead of getting $4,000 back, I actually had to pay taxes. And it's locked up in Sharon's account, which I also gave her money because she said she was overdrawn and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if she put it in or not, because I can't get access to it.
So he's not thrilled now. He's going to have to pay taxes this very year. He just discovered it. It's another factor. And then this.
I found out I got to pay her ex-husband's back taxes. He was dying of brain cancer about the same time my wife was having her heart problems. And he refinanced the house and took a bunch of money out of some account or something. And then he died and didn't pay taxes on it, and Sharon didn't take care of it.
So now he's on the hook for an ex-husband that he has no connection to whatsoever? Could that be another reason why to do it? It may not be the biggest one, but like, it's starting to add up, right? Of course. And then you have another motive. Liz gave him the ultimatum around February of 2008. Pick one of us. And what did she say happened? He said, I'll take care of it. And that naturally then brings us to the pros and cons of murdering her. If Sharon is alive, there's no more Liz. He's 84 in debt. No real income to speak of, because Philippe's nest egg is gone, and you heard testimony from family members about that it was there kind of at the beginning and then it's gone. You have a wife with a massive gambling problem. Joint filings are now causing him to pay taxes, and now they're finally legally married. And now he's responsible for paying another guy's back taxes? What's on the other end of the rainbow? If she kills her, well, you get Liz, $332 in K in life insurance, a home to inherit, no more gambling or spending issues. I mean, if it's math, and not morals makes sense. So what happens in February of 2008? The defendant even says, and you can check it, when he's talking in interview number 1 about interacting with Mr. Miller, he says, once I decide to use him, I call him. Not it's the meeting in the car, it's I call him. And when does that call start? Well, it happens in February of 2008. And the phones illustrate this conspiracy. It is not a normal handyman relationship. There's the call, the week of Valentine's Day. It's in yellow. You'll have all these records. That's a 1,000-second phone call. I cannot do that math. That is close to, I want to say if 600 seconds is probably 10 minutes. You know, you're getting close to maybe a 16 or 7-minute phone call to start. But then look at these records. I mean, you'll have all the numbers and stuff, but look, in March, he's talking to his handyman for 42 minutes? What? There's a 13-minute call in March? We've got, I mean, look at the colors. I mean, like, the people in his life are basically Miller, his wife, his voicemail, and Lizzie. That's it. This is, now we're getting into May. This is essentially the week of the murder. Look at the 2 people he's talking to the most. And this is the week of. So he's away with Sharon in Utah, and he is blowing up Miller. They are talking a ton. On the 5th, there is a 27-minute phone call on the 5th to your handyman while you're on vacation in Utah. Well, not on vacation, I guess you're tending to family. And then, I'm sorry, so you got that one on the 5th, and then you got on the 8th a 39-minute phone call. Maybe that's a mistake. It should say 5-8, not 3-8. Those are huge numbers. And essentially, that's that kind of repeat of that call. But look how many times on 2 days before. Those are 2 11-minute phone calls. While he should be tending to his family, he's talking to his handyman. This was never a normal relationship. This was a conspiracy. He groomed that guy, found a desperate person, desperate enough to do it. And Clifton was so concerned about that relationship, he warned him. Mike, if you continue to associate with this guy, you're going to end up shot. And Clifton was dead on right. Here's a question. There's this whole thing about propping up the door. Why would someone prop open the door at the end of the night when you're off to go plan to have sex with your wife? Who at the end of the night leaves their garage door open? No one. No one. It's not a thing. You might do it during the day if you're coming in and out. You might do it if you want to keep eyes on the person. But this doesn't make sense. And then you see, one of the things we mentioned at the beginning was pay attention in opening. I said pay attention to kind of how he evolves and how he talks to the police. It really changes. And as the investigation drags on, in his opinion, and it's not getting wrapped up, by June 3rd, he's pretty confrontational and or nasty to the police. And that should give you a window into kind of what he's thinking. He is not happy that they haven't just gone away. So he can just do his insurance, and they're just pesky. They're floating there. And he's kind of had enough, and he starts taking shots.
I never had figured out what the fuck you guys was doing that night. You left the clip in my pocket from the gun. You left the clip in my pocket in my briefcase. I had like $2 or $3 grand, I think, in my...
And we gave you the money back.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Why would we take your money?
Yeah. But I didn't think he was going to steal my money, but, you know, I didn't expect actually to come out after talking to 911 and have all these fuckers pointing guns at me and handcuff me. And then when I say I'm disabled and, you know, this has really started to hurt me, you know, one of the pricks, and I don't know which one it was a plain close one. I kept saying, what the fuck is taking so long? You know, there's only one, the door's open, I just was in there for 10 minutes. Here's the keys, there's a fucking door pad there. What is taking so fucking long? Because I see the cops going with the shotguns and the pads, and I thought, you know, this, I thought you guys like killing people. That's this, you know, that's what all the news says. It's just, yeah, play your stereo too loud and they'll shoot you. Get a little crazy in the ice cream truck and they'll shoot you. That's what I said.
So I said, where's the killer cops when we need them, you know? And I thought, I got all the pussies here this night, you know? And I told one of them, I said, this is ridiculous, you know? Fuck, if she's not dead, she's gonna be dead by the time you guys get in there. And I realize now, I guess it was in there already and it said it was dead. And, okay, well, so I didn't know that. They kept telling me, well, we can't get in, we can't get in. They kept coming up and asking me where the pad was, what the keypad number was, and I kept telling them it's really funky. You gotta push this first and that first.
Because they had to clear the garage.
Okay, well, like I said, I didn't know. And I, you know, fuck, I told them, I says, fuck, man, I'll drag her to the goddamn door so you guys can trigger, you know, just, and I asked one of them, I kept, you know, are we sending testicles to lean against the car? And I moved, and one of them set me down on the ground by the collar. Says, you move from there, you're gonna know what pain really is like. And I know, you cocksucker, you don't have a clue what fucking pain's like, you know. But, yeah.
So, back to Miller. What, I mean,
Back to the question.
how was Andrew?
I
Is there anything
I can't tell you.
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I took 20 grand out of the bank. I had 20 grand transferred in as a new cop. I like you. You I don't like, by the way. I don't know why, I just don't like you.
And we also heard testimony that on a subsequent day, he again expressed his displeasure to the lead detective in this case.
So actually, I hate asking for how you felt since I just told you I didn't like you.
Sorry, I don't take it personally.
And so listen, this is, look, he's a colorful guy, right? But is that the tone he was using on night one? The answer is no. So why the change? The state would submit the change in his attitude, his aggression, the insults, the jabs, is because Metro won't stop digging. And he wants them off his tail.
It's not that I don't trust, but I think I'll take my bath. Is your wife good looking?
What do you think?
To kill for. Have you seen that with Nicole Kidman?
Another shot at O'Kelly. Here's the thing. The defendant also gave 3 interviews. And you have them all, right? Including that walkthrough, right? So that's the 3. Take a good look. The evidence will show he didn't shed a single tear. He doesn't take a single moment to compose himself. At any point in time, recounting literally losing the best thing that ever happened to him. Does he appear, here's a question for you, does the defendant appear to be a man that is in mourning over his beloved wife? No. Instead, you get things like this.
So if she goes into the house, all right, she walks in through the garage into that hallway, what would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you weren't back in the house yet.
It was my understanding she was going to wash her pussy and was going to have sex. But that was the plan.
I understand colorful language, but again, these are 2 strangers, right, that are doing this investigation, and that's your word choice over a woman that's literally been gone now for 4 weeks. That's how you describe that. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that's how he chose to say it, over his beloved wife. And then there's this.
I just had to jerk her. There wasn't, it wasn't like a gentle, loving thing by any means. It was like, about the 3rd time it jerked enough that she got up kind of straight up, and I could just kind of push her over. And she came over, and it was the grossest thing I had ever seen in my life. And my wife that died of a heart defect was pretty gross, but just really thick, blobby stuff coming out of the mouth.
You get to weigh this. You get to weigh it and evaluate it. Like, is this guy really... This is...
And the wife that died of the heart defects. That's
a week later. I understand that you have to do a walkthrough, but that's how he chooses. Those are his word choices. That's the emotion that he is reflecting. And let's be fair. When you look at all of his interviews, especially the last one, like, he's not shy with sharing emotion from time to time, right? He can be an animated guy.
Judge,
was not forced to do a walkthrough. I think he just misspoke.
Okay, I apologize. If I said that, I apologize.
I just had to. And I'll tell you what else, too. Ugh, it drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now. But she will leave 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. I don't know how many times I've hurt my back getting up in the middle of the night trying to be quiet because I don't sleep at nights. And all of a sudden it's, motherfuck, Sharon Jesus. And she'll have 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. Just it's like she booby traps the place. And that's what I thought. Maybe she had tripped over her own shoes and fallen.
Love that camera
again,
angle.
These are small little things, but the state would submit it. It's a window into the level of remorse that he's having for this woman. This is like 7 days later.
It's not that I don't trust, but I think I'll take him back with me.
And so you have this part, and then this is in this interview. And when we're evaluating, this is another thing that happens in this interview.
Copy it, right back. I pissed him off, didn't I? Oh, well, that's good, because I didn't want to, and wasn't the intent. I figured his wife was cute. I think that's the name of it, To Die For, with, Jesus Christ, I love her. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. The blonde from Australia. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Nicole Kidman. She's got on that little dress with the guy that played Johnny Cash later. See me and Sharon watching this. Oh. And she's in the rain, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. She just does that little thing with that little dress and shows just a little bit of panty. God, I think that's just the sexiest woman alive.
I've never seen that one. I don't watch many movies.
This is the sexiest thing alive. Right? I mean, the state, does the defendant appear to be a guy who's moved on? This is just 4 weeks later. And here's the other kind of funny thing. I don't know if anyone's actually seen the movie To Die For, but it's literally about a woman who convinces someone to kill her spouse. That's actually what the movie's about.
Spoiler
Then there's some of
alert.
the slips of the defendant. Here's one. It's in the 911 call. Listen to what he says.
She's in the garage. She was running out the garage as I was getting out, as I was coming in.
Oh, getting out of what? Your car? Is that it? And then he changes it up? That's a weird little slip. Is that consistent with anything you've heard from any of his other interviews? No. So factor that in. Here's another interesting one. The OJ slip.
You mentioned the dream team. Gotta ask. You think OJ did it?
Fuck yeah, he did it.
Why?
No, actually, do I think OJ did it? No, I do not think he did it.
Why?
I think he's smarter than that. He had a lot of money. He could have hired it done.
I think he's smarter than that. He could have hired it done. And he's the smartest guy in the room, right? What did he do in this case? Well, the evidence shows he hired someone to get it done. Interesting. Then we get to the defense witnesses. We have Mr. Hogue, who the state would submit offered nothing of any substance. Okay, so his stuff went missing, but we don't even know if Miller took it. We know Miller has it, which isn't a good thing, but we don't know anything more than that. Does that really shed any light about what happens inside that house? Absolutely not. And then we get to Mr. Stafford. The state was certainly pleased with Mr. Stafford's testimony because he shed a lot of light on things. He let us know that people who are devising plans to get rid of people are not really in the same shoes as some of these officers and soldiers that are using their weapons in the line of duty. Why? Because they're not under the same situation. They're not being thrust all of a sudden with danger upon them. They're creating the environment. They know what to expect. He's made it very clear that those are two very, very different things. So who was he describing unwittingly? Mr. Randolph. And then he went through as an officer and just walked through all these different motives that are applicable to our case that explain potentially why he's the guy who did it. And then also explain that you should be, a good way to double check and back check someone are things like review records and 911 calls and all, you name it. It was a great witness for the state. We loved his testimony. So I want to address some of the other things that were mentioned in the defense closing. Context is key.
Love you, man.
The defense opened up with, there isn't a single bullet strike in this hallway. The state said that. Context is key. If you remember, what I said was there isn't a strike in the hallway where the defendant said he shot. I was talking about that part of the hallway.
I object. That's not what he said. That's incorrect and that's false.
Well, you actually replayed what was said, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury can remember the testimony as they hear it, as they heard it, as well as they remember it from the argument.
Yeah. Go check your notes. Think about contextually what I was talking about. Do you think I would get that detail off? No. It's a clever argument, but it is being taken out of context. Defendant did what a normal person would do when he saw his wife. Really? He didn't run to her. He actually wanted to go to the neighbors. He avoids giving CPR, and then he walks around the house. You saw the video. Go watch it. He's walking in every other room rather than getting to the phone. Your wife is bleeding out. You'd be racing to, if you're not racing to her, you're racing to the phone. And that's not what he's doing. And then we'd submit he's doing offering to do anything else but help her. That is not what a normal person does in that scenario. Tommy fought to save her life. Remember this outrage?
I got real upset the other night because I thought she laid there on that cold floor by herself, and I could have been in there with her. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs because I didn't know they were doing it.
He was really upset about that. But listen to what he
Okay,
did.
let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her back. I hope you can see it. Should I try to find that gun or something so they don't shoot him if he's not dead? I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun.
To save someone's life. Timeline of shots. We submit that in a worst case scenario for the defendant, he waited 12 minutes before calling 911. Funny's at 8:26. He's at the turn bank. They show the video. Okay, so that's 8:27. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't get home around 8:30. But the Bartlett call shows he's on the phone at 8:33, right? So we know that he's home by that time, by 8:33. Bartlett says early in the call he hears shots. There's some cross-examination questions about all the little things that happened, but check your notes on that. The statement submit. Bartlett says fairly early in the call, I'm hearing shots. Not the moment the call happens, but fairly early on. Okay? Bartlett says, we know the Bartlett call is 4 minutes and 30 seconds, right? It's in the records. So worst case, shots are fired at 8:30, 7:30. Worst case, right? It's the very end of the call, which is not Bartlett's testimony, but if you're giving all the benefits of that, you're at 8:37:30, right? Then that means he waits 7 minutes before calling 911 with his wife dying. We've been here a long time, so I'm not going to stand here. One technique sometimes people do is they stand for a minute, just so you can see how long it is. I encourage you guys, sit around and wait for 7 minutes and see how long that is. And then imagine this is a woman bleeding out. Your wife bleeding out. Why are you not on that phone? That's the worst case. And best case is shots are, for the state, is that shots are fired at 8:30. He's waiting 12 minutes. Here's the thing. Even in the defense closing, they believe it's 6 minutes. It doesn't matter if it's 6, 7, or 12. That's unacceptable. If you truly want to save your wife, you're not waiting 6, 7, or 12 minutes. There was a comment, we don't convict people because they use crass language. We agree. We convict people when their statements are completely repelled by the evidence, when they invent things out of thin air, when they have 332,000 reasons to kill someone, and when they foster a completely bizarre relationship with a desperate man that defies common sense. Are there any dents? Check your notes. The question posed was to the side of the fridge. I brought it up in redirect to clear it up. That's the side, and the reason why that question is posed, because Randolph says that's the side he banged into. The dent, if you look at the pictures, is at the front, which would be impossible for Miller to do. He doesn't say, like, Miller ran by the fridge and then turned and jumped into the front of the fridge. That didn't happen. Not according to Mr. Randolph. And the statement said, look, there's no evidence of this, but you can use your common sense. It's in the front. Could it be consistent with maybe a car pulling up to front and denting the front of the fridge? Yeah, it could. But at the end of the day, the point was, where he said this big collision happened didn't happen. On the side of the fridge closest to the doorway.
I think he's about wrapping up here.
There was this comment that he's a burglar and he has to worry about people when he's leaving. Right? That was the comment. Like, that's why he has to wear the mask. So you're going to waltz out of the garage door in front of all the neighbors who have all their home security cameras, however many are back in 08. Is that the move? No, that's not the move. You're not going to waltz and then you come waltzing out with your bags and stuff. Like, that's not happening. He's not doing that. Especially when he came in through the back door. You just go out the way you came. It defies common sense. Then there's this comment about, oh, he wore his burgling, I call them burgling boots. But like, he wears the boots because he's worried about leaving footprints? Here's the thing, really? Cowboy boots leave fairly distinctive prints. He has, and they're literally boots that are being given to them by the Randolphs. Those are not the shoes to be wearing if you're going to be burglaring their house. Wear something more universal, like a set of tennies. Gosh, if he only had a set of tennis shoes with him. Oh, right, he did. But he wasn't wearing them. And who runs off in boots? It's not a thing. Why would he grab the .22? The state of Smith, Miller never had it.
Soundbite.
He never had that gun. He had the .38, and he dropped it when the job was done. And then he gets basically double-crossed in the garage, and now the defendant grabs the gun where he knows it is and throws it by him. That's what we submit happens. Miller dressed the part, burglaring boots, an extra set of clothes, an extra set of tennis shoes, and a lucky baseball cap. That's the cat burglar outfit? No, it's not.
Tommy's falling asleep.
There was a comment about coming into money, right? And he says, don't take my word for it. And he played you testimony from Vita Miller, right? But what did they do when they played that clip? They totally ignored Billy. Because Billy talked about that same comment, coming into money. His uncle by blood, who has a closer relationship than Vita. That's what, I think even Vita kind of said that. Like, I don't really interact with him that much. Like, he's not my blood cousin or my blood nephew. It's really my husband's. So, what did Billy say? He said he's coming into money. I'm getting the money from Randolph. He is hiring me to be his driver because his bad back. And oh, by the way, have we ever heard anyone through the course of this trial on interviews or complaining about a bad back? Multiple witnesses talk about it. It's Randolph. So compare, and here's the thing, and you get to be the judge of this. Compare Vita's recall to Billy's. Who has a better command of the facts when looking back? Was it Billy or Vita? You can make the call. But Mr. Miller, meaning Billy, gives a whole lot more detail about that story. And look, it's a pretext, right? Oh, I'm going to be the driver. I'm coming into money from Randolph. I'm going to be the driver. No, you're going to. I mean, you can't tell your uncle, hey, I'm going to go ice this lady, and then I'm going to get rich from insurance. Like, you can't say that. So you're going to be the driver, and then you're bouncing, which makes sense. Why would you want to stick around in the state at that point? You leave.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
And then there's this comment like the defendant, or if defendant, I wrote defendant meant to be Miller. If Miller really wants nothing more to do with Randolph, right? That was what Vita said. So then I would submit to you this. Why does Clifton stop warning him to stop affiliating with Randolph? Or he would get shot shortly before the murder. If what Vita is saying is totally true, why is Clifton saying that to him? Because the relationship is not stopping. Why do the phone records show constant contact if Vita is dead on right about this? It contradicts that notion. And why does Randolph even admit he spent the whole day of the murder with him? There were so many people at the scene. Really? Not very many people enter the house. Check the testimony of all the witnesses. 4 or 5 went in. They went in through the front door. They checked on Sharon. They froze the premises. And then basically it's frozen for a really long time until ID can get out there. There's a canine unit and one other guy, a gang or violent crime. They clear the garage. And then they just kind of wait. So check your notes on that. Was that like a herd of elephants coming through? Or something different? It's a double. And what do these guys all tell you about the level at which they want to make sure people aren't trampling through the scene on a double? It's heightened. I mean, it should for every scene, but look, that's pretty serious. It's a frozen scene. And then even in the defense slide that they threw out one paramedic went inside. Which, if you think about it, actually makes sense, right? Sharon has no leads on her because she's really dead. And then they just put a couple leads on that guy, but they don't transport him because he's dead. And that's what they say. If people have a spark of life left in them, they're taking them out. They didn't take either one of them out. So we know from their slide, one paramedic went inside. And again, there is a distinction between police coming to respond to a scene versus actually walking through the scene. And they seem to abandon the garage light. Okay, well, I'm just going to very briefly discuss it. I think I kind of covered it with O'Kelly, but look, here's the deal. That light goes off in 5 minutes and 8 seconds. If you called, if you, literally the shots are happening at 8:33 or 8:37, whatever you want to do, the light in the garage is off when he is calling 911 at 8:44:54. It's off. And when you listen to the call, the going for the Miller, like finding the Miller gun, happens 3 minutes later. So the light's not automatically going off on him. And it doesn't matter if you look at the walkthrough. Randolph's like, yeah, I kind of closed the garage, but then I walked in. I was like, oh, I don't want to run to Sharon. I want to run to my neighbor's house. So I hit the button. Fine. It's a couple seconds later. You're still getting the same timeline. The importance of the garage light is it did not go off when he said it was going off. That's the point. Just like so many other things contradict him. And there was this comment, like, why would Randolph come up with these ridiculous things? Because he is the unreliable narrator. He invents conversations that never happen. He changes locations of guns. He can't figure out if he's withdrawing or taking out money. But most importantly, the clearest answer to the question is this. He's simply not telling the truth. Who here has life insurance? Well, I have a question. Who here has life insurance on a person you're dating, like he did with Sharon in 2006? Who prepped the paperwork? We would submit the defendant. One of the things you can check is all those docs are formed in Utah. Some of them are fully typewritten. You're never going to be able to determine that. Now, you do have some testimony from someone else who said, Liz said he intended to do all the paperwork for me. That doesn't necessarily mean he did it for Sharon, but you can give it whatever weight you want. Whose idea was it? When you heard testimony from people close in Sharon's orbit, it was the defendant's idea to get the life insurance. And he even says it's like, I get life insurance. Like, he didn't shy away from it. Check the testimony. And who else loves to go around and buy urns? That's the defendant. That's his thing. Actions speak louder than words, something said, and we agree. Leaving your wife repeatedly to be with another woman, repeatedly calling and socializing and hiring with an inept stranger and bringing him into your home, taking the stranger out shooting, waiting 12 minutes before calling 911, offering any other suggestion other than performing CPR on your wife as she is bleeding out, and becoming nasty with the police and your daughter-in-law when you learn you may not be able to inherit as much as you thought because of a competing will, or that an investigation hasn't gone away. Actions speak louder than words. In justifiable homicide and self-defense, the evidence has demonstrated in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that he conspired to murder his wife with Miller. And when you come to that conclusion, you don't get justifiable homicide. You don't get self-defense because you have planned the whole thing. He double-crossed Miller, and he's not entitled to either of these defenses. All the signs were there. Sharon's family was concerned. Deirdre warned her that he might try to kill you. Miller's family thought it was strange. Clifton warned Miller, you're going to end up shot. You have a desperate accomplice. You have Miller essentially revealing this pretextual plan to Billy a couple of days before the murder. We're moving out of state, right? I've just covered that. And then what else do you have? Massive debt, gambling habit, a lack of income, an ultimatum, multiple life insurance policies, the potential of a house, and a story that doesn't add up. On May 8, 2008, the defendant decided Sharon Randolph had outlived her use to him.
There's the ending.
And at the beginning of this case, you made a commitment to follow the law. And when we look at this reasonable doubt instruction, you'll have the full instruction, but one of the things I want to point out is that for doubt to be reasonable, it must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. It actually has to be actual. In this case, there is no reasonable doubt, and you have made that commitment to follow the law. It is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. And this has been a search for the truth. And this is the inconvenient truth of the defendant. He got caught. He's not the smartest man in the room. So the one question you're left to answer is Thomas Randolph a victim or a villain? We ask that you find him guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, we're going to wrap things up and portal over to Brandy's channel really quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is now going to swear in the officers to take charge of the jury.
Raise your hand.
They're swearing them in.
That you will keep this jury together in some private and convenient place, that you will not permit any person to speak to them, nor speak to them
Don't
yourself,
go anywhere. We're
unless
going to
it be by
jump
order
over
of
to
the
her
court,
channel.
except to ask them whether they have agreed upon a verdict, and that you will return them into court when they have so agreed, so help you God.
Verdict Watch is beginning. We're going to jump to her
criminal
channel
jury is
really quickly.
composed of
Everyone
12
jump
members,
with me
and
through the
there are
portal,
currently
okay?
14 of you who are here. That is because 2 of you will serve as our alternate jurors. This means that you are not discharged from your jury service.
Here we go.
Your service may still be needed if one of the other jurors is no longer able to participate in deliberations. In this case,
Let me just say, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone to make that day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But right now, we're jumping to Brandy's channel. Come with me here. Wait till the stream actually freezes, and then it will portal us over. So we'll see you in a little bit. Here we go.
I'm going to ask that you remain seated, and as soon as they have left the room, you will
I need to have this other. That's going to be the picture of it. Portal over with. So that's what she's going to see first. All right. 3, 2, 1, 0.